All right. Hello, hello, hello. We are in absolute cozy mode today. I was like, screw it. I want a blanket hoodie. I want cozy. I want PJs. And so we're rocking the full length blanket hoodie today. I have unfortunately got a bit of a rash on my face, but I was like, I can't even be bothered with makeup. It's cozy mode today. So we're going cozy. And yes, hello to all our early birds today. Everybody's here early. Disney Queen, thank you and congrats on getting first. Sven, it is wonderful to see you again. I also saw Smolt doing a lurk for a walk. Get that walk in. And of course, Sammy, I know you were here, but I know you were in meetings and stuff. But I might have to change the first I might have to talk to Vi about her early bird podium stand, because this battle for first is picking up. And Ari, hello. Yes, it's not an official hoodie. It's a knockoff one. But it does the job. It's like full length, like full on dress, polar bears, cozy, warm. It's actually really stormy and like wintry today, which is wonderful because I can wear my blanket hoodies again. And Ari, I'm sorry you've got a migraine, but I hope you feel better soon. Captions should be working, so you can hopefully at least read captions. But yeah, just in case, we'll just send you some love. Migraines are no fun. At a second redeem for those who can't get the first one. Yeah, well, what Vi has is you just press early crew, and then it does put you like on a stand in these like 5 positions available. So there's still a battle for like first, but even it goes for about 15 minutes. So yeah, I did think about putting in a second because there's a lot of people battling for first now, and I feel bad. She only has 3 positions. I thought she had 5. Okay, well that's okay. I appreciate you all being here though. Like, you know, I appreciate you all being here so early. It really is very touching that you're all here ready to go. And yeah, how cold is it in New Zealand? I don't think it's too cold in most places. There has been a bit of a front moving across, so it's just one of those summer storms where you get a lot of wind and a lot of lightning. Beatty! Hello, Beatty, and welcome back to the G Squad. 8 months. We're pretty close to a Twitch, baby. That is very kind of you. Welcome back to the G Squad. Welcome back to the retirement home. Enjoy your ad-free viewing, your emotes, your cozy room with your cozy blankets and your cups of tea or coffee or sugar-free energy drink. Being early shows you're eager to watch. I appreciate that very much. I mean, I appreciate everyone, no matter what time they get here. If they can't get here, like, life happens. I'm just grateful that you'll want to hang out while I color in coloring books, which when I try to explain to people about what I do on Twitch, they're like, people watch you coloring in coloring books? And I'm like, yeah, they do. They turn up every time to watch me color in coloring books. This is a thing. I had to explain it to I've been seeing this like health practitioner that's teaching me some new anxiety coping methods at the moment. And yeah, she's awesome. For a start, she has a lime green and black mullet. So you know she's cool. And one of the first things she asked me was pronouns. And I was like, oh, I love you already. But yeah, we were talking about different stuff. And so I was explaining about community, because one of the things she was asking is about like, what do I do to get out of the house and stuff. And I was like, I don't do a lot, but I have things in place because I'm aware I have days when I can't mobilize. So I have a lot of things I do in the house that still allow me to socialize. And Twitch is a big part of this. Like, this is a big part of my socialization. And so I was trying to explain this concept to her. Luckily, she knew Twitch, so she understood what Twitch was, but she didn't realize there's an art community on Twitch. She only knew about gaming on Twitch. So I was explaining about coloring and coloring books, and she's just like, oh my gosh. Yellow Beans! Hello, Beans. Hello, how are you going? Lovely. Thank you for the good vibes. And Sven is also feeling the good vibes. I hope you all are getting double good vibes from everybody. Oh, the good vibes. We will eventually get the sound alerts and stuff set up for that. I have not done any more work on my computer since the last stream. I still have not set up virtual cable. I did go through every single sound alert and test every single sound alert and just try and change the levels and make sure everything's a little better so it's not so jump scary. So fingers crossed. We will eventually. Yeah, no jump scare. We will eventually get things properly sorted, but you all know how I work. It takes a lot of spoons to do this stuff, and I don't always have the spoons. I would rather nap or colour or recover. So yeah. Speaking of, it is a good vibe being here, and I am glad to hear that. It's a good day today. If you can't tell, today's a good day for me. It is day 2 of my injection cycle, so this is the day I have the least amount of pain, the most amount of spoons. It's usually a day for like cleaning, getting a lot of stuff done. It's the day I can do stuff, so it's a good day today. So speaking of stuff, we're going to be working on a colouring page. So if you weren't here last time, we finally finished off the Lion Queen, and then I spent a little bit of time working on a new Alice in Wonderland page. I just wanted to stream a little longer, and I actually have finished that one off stream. So yeah, we're completely up to a new page today, and so I was trying to figure out what to colour and what I was in the mood for, but I realised what I'm in the mood for is to do a specific technique where you use Crayola Supertips as watercolours. It is a really fun technique. I've done this a few times. I really enjoy using it and seeing what you can create with it. And so when I decided that, I was like, okay, so what am I going to work on? Because this, of course, limits what colouring books I can work in. And then I remembered I had a work in progress that I have been doing this technique on. This is a quite old work in progress, not too old. It was done in 2020, last year, 2023. We're 2024 now, right? Oh my gosh. What year are we? Wow. When I had to go and see the health practitioner, she like wrote down my age, and she's like, oh, yep, 36, that's your age, right? And I was like, I think so. What year are we? I was like, yep, if that's what the computer says, that's what I am. I genuinely was just like, I blanked on how old I was. And that's how you know you're getting old, when you can't remember how old you are. Oh, goodness. Wish I could get my hands on those 2 colouring books. I am so glad that I managed to find these secondhand. I got these off Facebook Marketplace, and they were $5 a piece, so it was such a good deal. And we are 2024. Thank you, BD. Oh, gosh. Time flies so fast, I forget the millennia we're in. Forget the year, just skip the millennia at a time, right? You should get the curse word colouring books. They're so fun to colour in. I know the ones you're talking about. I haven't got any of them so far, and I wouldn't feel comfortable putting those on like any of my channels. I do try to keep things more on the G-rated side here because I want that safe space. I will occasionally swear. There are very appropriate times to swear. I will admit that. But yeah, I have... Oh, yeah. Sammy! so excited. I have a 34 stream streak, pretty close to getting another U drawn too. Oh, I better set up the alert then. Thank you so much for the 34 biddies. That's very kind of you, Sammy. Thank you for the biddies. It all helps. Yeah, no, I have no issues with the actual books, and I think they are actually a lot of fun to colour. But because colouring is also tied into my content creation, because I live stream colouring on both Twitch and YouTube, I do the YouTube videos, I have the Patreon for colouring, and one of the big reasons that I have this more G-rated colouring situation, probably more like PG is more appropriate, is because there are days where I need a safe space, and that means that I don't want to talk about certain things, or just like I need that safety bubble. So just by setting that standard rating, it means even though there might be a day where I'm okay and going a little bit more on a spicy topic or something like that, there's days when I am not, and I don't want to have that shifting level for everybody to try and determine where is Amy on the scale of safety today. It is easier to just put it like here, and then yeah, I might be here, but if we keep it always here, we know that this is always safe, and it keeps the channel safe, because safety is one of my biggest things. I want this to be a safe space, not only for you as viewers, but for me as the streamer. So this is why, yeah, this is going into a big long thing, but that's why I try not to swear. Again, I have occasionally sworn. This is why we don't talk about, like, I will talk about my health journey. I do talk about mental health, but we also have things such as the trigger commands, so that if we are going into a topic that is too much for you, we can immediately switch topics, because I can't also be aware of every single person's individual trigger. So yeah, we just have these safety tools in place, because, you know, safety means trying to be aware. I try to be aware. Yeah. By the way, should I DM on Discord about the G Squad stuff? You can absolutely DM me. You can absolutely DM me. Right, so what were we actually doing? So sorry, I'm in ramble mode today already, I can tell. So this is, as I said, an old work in progress page that I have been working on using Crayola Supertips. I have a little tester page here, because even though I may know what a colour looks like on the pen form, when you water it down, it can change colour. And then I have a piece of glass here to check out, to colour on, to pick up the colour. Now, I think from memory, most of these were actually done with the Crayola Colour of the World set. I feel like the majority of this is all colours of the world. And what I should have done, and what would have been logical, is to actually have a reference up for how each of the characters look. I know I did at the time, because I started this while we were watching Serenity. My computer, it just gave me a ping and said high CPU usage. That's interesting. I don't actually know what's open today. I streamed without checking. That's a first for me. It's looking amazing already. Thank you so much. Vi, hello. The wonderful Vi. It was on Vi's Discord that we were doing the hang and watch. If only someone came back to play the second half of the show. We really should, because I also redeemed a golden ticket for the movie afterwards too. So we still have the second half and the movie to finish. Firefly. do, 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 do. It also would have been logical if I'd like brought up these images and stuff like that, you know? Logic. Do, 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 do. The backlog is so big. It really is. Rivy, hello. Very quick hi before I get out of bed for work. That's all good. Proud of you. It's hard to get out of bed some days. So well done. Well done. I'm trying to find their outfits. This is what I'm struggling with. Okay, that kind of looks like a good start. Okay. Itchy eye. Okay, so we'll start with the easy one. We'll start with good old Shepherd because he's got black pants. That's pretty straightforward. We can do black pants. So, how we do this, I almost just need to like bump you guys across a little bit. Do, 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 do. Check everything's lining up. Cool, 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 cool. Right, we're 20 minutes into stream and we're finally starting. So, as I said, Crayola Supertips. And we've got a piece of glass here. You can also use a plate or a plastic chopping board. You just need some sort of non-porous surface. And then I also have clean water and a bunch of brushes. And I usually have paper towel or like a scrap piece of fabric. I can't find either of my paper towels or my scrap fabric, so I'm just using a tissue today. And we just pick it up like watercolor. And it does allow us to sort of build up tones. We can also add water in and blend it out. It's a really fun technique. It has made me a lot more confident about watercolors, but also because like you get so many colors with the Crayola Supertips, they dry really quickly and then you can just clean off the board. But as I said, you've got to watch the colors because see, that was black, but when you start breaking it down, you can see it's got a real green tint to it. And then when we test it on the paper, it's actually going more grey. So this is the only thing. You've really got to just double check your colors before you go in with a color. You just don't presume the felt tip. Even if you know how the felt tip looks when you color on paper normally, you don't presume that it's going to look the same because that's the felt tip normally. But yeah, it's a really fun technique. You just have to be careful about which paper you use this on because not all papers are suitable for this. It's just a different way of coloring. So we're going to start by putting our creases in here, our darks. Got a really thin brush here. Yeah, I don't know why I was just in the mood to do this technique, but I was in the mood to do this technique. So I also pulled out another book that I haven't worked in called Gnomes in the Neighborhood. If I get a bit sick of doing like browns and neutrals, because that paper is nice and thick, so it will work with this technique. But I can do some bright colors. And sometimes even the same paper and weight changes over time because of the changes in quality control. Absolutely true. So true. And recently, so many brands have changed paper quality because of all the difficulties in paper and the increase in the cost of paper. So it's very difficult now to find super thick, high quality paper in colouring books, even more so. I started working on one last night while I was watching Sammy stream. And And it's my first time using the Amazon Creator Space paper that I'm definitely aware of is Amazon Creator Space paper. Oh my god, it is a nightmare. It is not letting me layer. Like normally with polychromos pencils, I can layer like at least 8 layers easily. I was up to the like second layer and it was like, I'm done. The paper just will not let me layer. It was just like my usual techniques weren't working. So what I ended up doing for the hair was doing black and navy blue and then pulling out an alcohol marker. So I did like streaks of black and navy blue and then I used an alcohol marker to sort of fill in the rest because it streaks what's there and smoothed it out. And it worked okay, but yeah, it's forcing me to change a lot of my approach, which is interesting. Like I like the challenge, but also the skin is just like awful. So yeah, I just have to sort of entirely change how I approach the page, which is a shame. It's one of my Selena Fennec books. I finally decided to brace those horrible soft touch covers that I hate because they just feel dirty and gross to me. And then yeah, it was just issues. I think I'm actually going to when I pull it out, it's right here. Oh, icky. I hate the covers. So, yeah, like, the hair doesn't look too bad. I'll come in with some extra highlights and stuff like that. The skin, it probably doesn't look too bad on camera, but in real life, like, it is not great. I'm kind of just thinking I might just cover the skin in glitter and just make it glittery. Like, if in doubt, glitter it out. So, yeah. Paper is everything with a wet medium. It really is. And that's why not every book is suitable for playing around with wet mediums. But it is fun to try. Yes, if you are someone who wants to play around with watercolors in coloring books and using wet media specifically in coloring books, Ari is a wonderful, wonderful person to talk to because Ari does a lot of coloring books but with watercolors. So I'm pretty sure Ari can give you some suggestions of different books that work well with wet media. And they are gorgeous. Do 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 do. So this is a single-sided book, so it's not the end of the world if it does bleed for a little bit, which it has done in some areas. And a little bit more darker. Let's get some contrast in here. I might come in with a bit more of a blue-green or something. So I actually have quite a few different sets of Crayola Supertips because I enjoy this technique so much. So I have the 100 normal set. I have the Colours of the World skin tone set. I have both the chunky ones and the super thin ones. I also have the new Colours of Kindness set, which, I mean, it's got 4 new markers in there. And then I also have a set of Pipsqueaks. So I have quite a few Crayola markers. You do not need this many. The last piece I posted in Discord, I literally accidentally dropped a jar of water on it, and it came out okay because I had 100% cotton paper. I thankfully caught the event on camera. I mean, that's the main thing, right? Actual fear of mine, though, dropping onto the colouring page like my bottle of water or my energy drink or my coffee. All good, Spen. All good. Best of luck with what you're working on. I hope it comes together well. You can literally barb it when you do that to stretch the paper. That would make sense. Should I bring you in a bit closer? Do you want to see a bit more of the detail that I'm working on? I know it looks quite far away at the moment. I will say with this technique too, because of how quickly the marker dries, you can't really push it around all that much. So it actually works better on pages with lots of detail, because you can work in the small sections. Like, big sections are a bit of a nightmare for this, I've found. So page like this with lots of little areas is actually kind of what we want. In my very limited experience, I am not the best watercolorist. I am not an expert in that field. I just like dabbling. But I do like playing with Crayola Supertips, and I don't know why this one just clicks so much with me. Like, normal watercolors, it's like, it's fun, but it doesn't give me the dopamine hit that using the Crayola Supertips does. Like, something about this technique just really hits well in my brain, and I can't explain why, but I freaking love it. I think I also need to grab a new set of Supertips though, because I know a couple of my colours are starting to run a bit dry, so it might be time to grab a new box. I have tried this with Faber-Castell, the clip together markers, and I don't know what it is about their ink. It just doesn't work as well. I know you can do this with like a lot of brush markers as well. I just haven't tried a bunch of them, and I don't have a bunch of colors. It's like I have literally 100 Crayola Supertips, so why wouldn't I just use the Crayola Supertips? They're cheap, they're easy for me to replace, and I have 100 colors. But yeah, the Tombow markers, I think it is, a lot of people use for this. I do have a couple of Tombows, actually. Pencil Butter sent them to me, because she had a double up in her set. For watercolors, my watercolors are the Winsor & Newton Cotmans. That's what I have. I don't mind them. I'm feeling more confident in them since I've been playing more and more with watercolors. And like, they do the job for what I need. I don't use watercolor enough to really justify going for a more expensive set. And if I was going to invest in a wet media set, I would probably look at investing in the gouache, because then I could also practice watercolor techniques with the gouache as well. But yeah, I have like a 36 set of the Cotmans, I think it is, or something. I know, it's an old set, but it does the job, you know? I still would like to get some gouache and play around with gouache a bit more, because I feel like that's got more what I need to move into, because it's got that opacity, so I can also use it for highlights and stuff like that, but has the watery downness, so I can also use it for watercolor techniques. So it is something I would like to explore a bit more this year, but it is the cost of investing in them. I was looking at possibly doing it when the art store was doing their big art sale, but I spent like $180 just topping up my pencils. So I was like, I can't also justify going in for the gouache as well at this stage. Yes, Copics and alcohol markers you can as well. Instead of using water, you just use isopropyl alcohol, I think it is. Pencil Butter, who right now is waiting for internet to be installed at a new place, and then she will eventually be back live streaming. It will be, I'm going to say it's going to be this year. We've been waiting like 8 months for it. I hope it comes back soon. But she taught me quite a bit about Copics and doing different techniques with them. So I don't have many Copics. I have a few knockoff alcohol marker brands, like, I don't know, they were like 15 cents a marker. Most of the time when I do alcohol markers, I use them like as a flat base color and then I shade on top. So for me, the cheap chisel tip ones are bullet tip ones are absolutely fine. But the art that PB does with Copics does make me want to learn more about Copics. And again, I've dabbled in it. Let me go. Oh, not that. Browse. Let me pull this up. So this here is an example of PB's Copic art. This is just like one of her simple illustrations, but you'll see this in my little break slideshow, so of me and water. So this isn't like her highly detailed shading stuff, but it's still like really smooth blending for just being so quick. Yeah. So hopefully she'll be back soon, and when she does, if you want to learn about Copic techniques, fully recommend. Like, I've learned a lot over the years from PB. I should actually shout out Pencil Butter so that you know who I'm talking about. I'm pretty sure there's no dot in her name. I think it's just one. Yeah, that's her. There you go. There's Pencil Butter. I haven't done watercolor in forever. I only now use acrylics. Acrylics are very fun though. There's a couple of pages that I've actually done entirely in acrylics. It's just, I think it's fun to dabble in other media every once in a while. Like, I love my pencils. Don't get me wrong. Freaking love my pencils. But every once in a while, it's fun to just dabble in something else and just be like, I'm just going to try this today. All right, I'm just going to let that dry and then we'll come in with another layer. Though I don't actually mind the pants being like a more faded black compared to this black, you know. It's like he's got the new fancy clothes and he's got the faded worn clothes, which kind of tracks, you know. Smolt, welcome back. I hope you had a lovely walk and things went well. Alright, what other colours do we want to do? So it feels like in most of the images I'm seeing, she has almost like a red leather. Or she has brown leather and red top, or she has red leather and a brown top. Which I wouldn't mind putting in a pop of red because we need some more colour in here. And red will tie in well. So let's go for red. And Rivi is going into lurk. Enjoy your lurk, Rivi. It's one of the best things about this technique is it's easy cleanup. So easy. Alright, let's see how this red looks. Oh, my pendant alarm is flashing at me because it needs a test with the pendant alarm company. Might do that on an ad break. You are a very vibrant red. I don't mind that, but we need something darker for the shadows. No, you're going to come out brown almost. You know what we need? I know what I need to find. Deep almond. It was a nice walk. It's a toasty, partially cloudy 7 Celsius out. Oh my goodness. Wow, as long as you enjoyed it. 7 Celsius. I mean, when you're moving though, and you do warm up, that does make sense. You do get warm very quickly. At least I do while moving. So 7 Celsius would actually be quite refreshing. There we go, that could work. The two of them together. That could work quite nicely. All right, let's get a bit more ink down. So we're using the Deep Rose from the Colours of the World set. I've probably just put out too much water there. Yep. At least it's not hard to get much more ink. Alright, and we're going to start with the creases. The temp is going to drop to 1 Celsius tonight. Ew, yeah. Yeah, so 7 Celsius is very warm. Well, I'm glad you got your walk in before it drops to that, because, oh. It's been super stormy and wet here lately. Like, it's a little chilly. It's not that chilly, though. It's, like I said, it's chilly enough that I can justify a blanket hoodie today. But even then, I'm getting a little warm now. But I'm also cozy, so that's nice. We had a concert here because we have like a natural amphitheater called the Bowl of Brooklands, which is this, as I said, natural amphitheater. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's this big natural bowl, and it's surrounded by trees and a park, and there's a lake at the bottom. So they put a stage on the lake and they put concerts on in there. It's a really lovely area to have a concert. And so there's one this weekend when it was pouring with rain. And all that's in the newspaper today is about the fact that because it was so wet and so slippery, there were a couple people that fell down the hill and they ended up bowling into other people. And it was like, you know, one person would fall and they'd bang into another person who would fall that would bang into another person. So just this chain reaction. And there were a couple people taken to hospital because they broke their ankles because of falling down the bowl. So not good. Which I understand because as a teenager I was walking up that bowl and I tripped over and I broke my arm. It's very easy to do there. Do, 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 do. Mm-hmm. So I might end up like, I didn't intend to, but this might end up becoming quite a natural palette. It could be quite nice to stick with these sort of neutral tones for the rest of this page, or add in some little pops of colour. I'm not entirely sure yet. Just darken around Zoe. This is making me want to rewatch Firefly again. I don't even know where it's available to watch in New Zealand. Same here. It's a good show. Although there's a couple of things now I watch back and it's like, But compared to some of the shows that I watch back and I'm like, oh gods, you know, at least it's held up a little better. But yeah, definitely Jane. Jane is Jane is Jane. Alright, and then got the little bits on here. Let's get a brighter red. I've probably just dropped way too much water again, knowing me. Yep, way too much water. It's the only problem with the droppers. I sometimes use a dropper to bring across a little bit more water, but my droppers just drop too much water. It's not hard to get more ink, though. It's available to stream on Disney+. Ooh, okay. I have Disney+. Thank you, Sammy. Honestly, Sammy takes care of me so much. I'd be very lost without her. And with a lot less entertainment options. Tomorrow's high is 6 Celsius, Wednesday's 15, and then it drops again to 5. Wow, that is a trip. One day, 12 Celsius, and then -1. Yeah. We're about to head into autumn here, so everyone's going to be all spring and pastel and pretty, and it's like fall and leaves and autumn here and sneezy. Everyone does need a Sammy. And the Eras tour is being released early. Excellent. I actually, when I was up in Auckland, me and my cousin went to see it at the movies, which fully recommend. Like, seeing it on the big screen was really cool. But the funny part was, it was me and my cousin, and we're like 30s. And then there was a mum with like a birthday group of kids. So like a 12-year-old having her birthday. I'm sure it said like happy 12th birthday. So there was about 20 or so kids from the ages of 8 to 12. And they were all up the front dancing, pretending it was a concert, you know, filming it. And we just thought we were great because me and my cousin were just sitting there singing along and stuff like that. So we're like, yeah, no, it's cool by us. And the mum was up the back just like being there. But it's just so crack up to watch 8 and 12-year-olds singing along to, like, I feel like, you know, the song 22, speaking about being 22, and it's like, you're not even in double digits yet, kid. Oh. It was definitely a crack up. But yeah, it was really interesting to watch. I loved seeing all the costuming. And as someone who's done like theatre lighting and stage work, like seeing the stage and those moving parts, like that's what I ended up focusing a little bit on, because just seeing the mechanics of the stage was really interesting. I love finding out. Like, I actually do watch a little bit of, I've watched a few of them on Disney, like the concert movies and stuff, because I like the fact that they usually give you like a little bit behind the scenes as well, and you get to see that stage structure and behind the stage and stuff. It's a really fascinating place to be. I don't know if I'll be helping out with the show this year. I won't be helping out lighting, I know that much. I do not have the physical capability to help out lighting anymore, even for their queues, which makes me very sad. But yeah, at least with door security, I'd only be doing like 1 4-hour shift a week, and I could structure that on the Friday and Saturday nights and stuff like that. It's not even 4 hours. You come in at 8 and you're done by like 10:45. So I do enjoy it, though. I really do enjoy helping out with the theatre. It's just very exhausting. But we'll see how we go. That's usually not till July. Here comes the rain. Let's hope we don't lose internet again. Okay, I need to stop playing with that. It needs to dry. It's starting to just buckle and lift the paper. It's not quite right, but we can come back. We can always add more layers once it's dry. Thank you for doing the shout out for Sammy, because very much everyone does need a Sammy. Sammy is irreplaceable. Okay, so So River also has a bit of a red dress. And then some sort of like darker red brown in there. But I think we could also keep the same bright red down here and that would tie it in. Okay, Ari, thank you for being here, and I hope you feel better soon, hun. Migraines are definitely not where it's at, but appreciate you being here for a little bit, and feel better soon. Did I put away the red? That was really dumb. I could be replaced. It would be a downgrade, though. It really would. Okay, that's confusing. I was thinking, I don't have a red dress. No. No, this is also River. River is cool. And the actress's name is Summer. So, you know, Summer River. Yes, thank you for doing a shout out to Ari too. Ari is a lovely member of the G Squad who does stream colouring and watercolour original art and is a German streamer. So if you speak German, you can also, you know, hang out and speak German in the stream, but also speaks English, and a lot of Ari's chat that speaks German also speaks English, so you can go in there as an English speaker as well. And Ari always flips between the two languages, so it's really nice to actually hear the German being spoken once. Yeah. Hmm. 200! Congrats on 200! That's awesome. Every girl needs a red dress. I don't think I even have a red dress. I have a number of blue dresses. I was looking at my closet and it's like, I have a lot of blue dresses. But yeah, I don't think I actually own a red dress. I actually met Summer Glow once. Ooh. Chronicle migraines. I'm used to it. Sometimes it's better, sometimes it's worse. And that's it. Some days it's just a case of making the best of what you can. Some days are better than others. And I hope you have a better day soon. It's fun for Dungeon Masters when I play my character also called Samsara. Gonna be fun when I play the game that's also called Samsara. Also want to buy the perfume called Samsara, but it's very spendy. As a Dungeon Master who has played with Samsara, playing her character Samsara, it is very interesting because when I DM, I do try to call characters by their character name so that I can like differentiate between, you know, character and player, which it's like Samsara the player, what is Samsara the character doing? But also Samsara the character is wonderful. I am hoping this year to maybe start doing some more D&D again. First priority will be reaching out to my party and seeing how they're going and seeing about scheduling and seeing where we're at. It does take away my Wednesday, which has become a content creation day, but I also really miss my players, so... And I really miss kind of DMing. Thank you for doing the shout out for Rivi, another wonderful streamer. Lots of gouache and watercolor, and has been creating their own coloring pages too. Very good chill vibes. If you like the chill vibes here, you enjoy the chill vibes there. And we are being alerted that it is time for our first ad break, which is actually really wonderful because your girl needs to pee. So we're going to go to the Be Right Back screen for a minute. I'm going to run to the bathroom. Please take this opportunity to do some self-care. Check in with yourself. Do you need to take medication? Do you need to hydrate? Do you need to stretch? Do you need a snack? Do you need to put washing on or put washing out? Or what do you need to do to self-care? Aligrada, I'm so sorry. You've come right in just as I'm about to take a quick break to go to the bathroom. Hi. So sorry. I can't snooze the ad. So... Oh, it's true timing though. It's a running joke. As soon as someone comes in, it's time for an ad break. So sorry, but I also really have to pee, so I need to take this ad break. But yes, the ads are about to start any second. I'm going to chuck you on the Be Right Back screen. Please take this opportunity to do some self-care for yourself, and I'll see you all in 3 minutes. That button. And that button. We still have about a minute, but I'm back from the bathroom. So thank you, Smalt, for bringing up all those links of the amazing artists that are part of our slideshow. and Pixley Dust Doodles. Hello. I appreciate you being here. And yes, sorry, I just had to run to the bathroom. You know, when you gotta go, you gotta go. And we do take an hourly break just to help with mobility and pain. So every hour I do put things down for 3 minutes and just stretch and move and take the opportunity to hydrate or move to the bathroom, grab a new drink, anything along those lines. It's just a good way to make sure we stay loose and limber and not too much pain and all that sort of stuff. Much better. Oh, Spotify freaking out. It's the second time it's done that today. I think maybe I've pushed my computer too far. What have I got open that I can close? I haven't even got Discord open today, so this is intriguing. Yeah. Anyway, I think it's alright. I think things are just being a little temperamental today. I was doing a bunch of stuff before stream. That's okay, don't blame me. This is my first live. Yay! Also have Chronic Pain Club. There's a few of us in here that do it. So yes, even more important, like it's important every hour when I remind you, you know, move, stretch, even more important, just to take that little opportunity because it's real easy when you're watching someone live for a few hours to not move and then it gets to like 4 hours later you're like, oh my god, everything hurts because you just haven't moved. But yes, welcome in Pixley. It's wonderful to have you here. So you will see below me in the chat, there's a lot more chat happening than just on YouTube because I also stream to Twitch as well. But the chat below me, everyone can see both platforms. So Smalt said hi to you from Twitch before. So even if you hear me responding to people, you're like, I'm not seeing anything in my chat. Just check directly below me because it might be coming through from the other platform as well. But yes, welcome in. Thank you, Smalt. You are a legend for doing all the wonderful shout outs and commands and bringing up all the cool people. And we love you, Smalt. Smalt is a legend. So yes, what we are working on today is this colouring page from Serenity. This is the Everything Shiny colouring book. It's the cover page, as you can see. And we are using Crayola Supertips as watercolours. So I've got a little glass palette here that I just scribble the ink onto. And then I use a bit of water to water them down. And we work with them like they are watercolours. It's a really fun technique. I don't know, something about this technique really clicks with me. Like, yeah, it's just really fun. Thank you for explaining, no worries. And any questions, anything like that, please feel free to ask. The chat is also incredibly lovely and friendly. And yeah, it's a good squad here. Good squad. We like to have that good sort of chill vibes. We've got a few peeps who are now work lurking or got me up in the background. So, yeah. And if you're working on anything too or colouring along or anything, let us know because I love hearing what people are up to and seeing the creativity. I love that show. I never knew they had a colouring book. They actually have two. So this one here, Serenity, Everything Shiny, and then there's another one that's just called Serenity. They are produced by Dark Horse. Dark Horse actually do a few like show colouring books. So yeah, this one, Serenity, Everything Shiny, and then and there's also this one. I found them secondhand, which is the only reason I have them. I only paid like $5 a piece for them, but they're really fantastic books. They're the good, you can see the original price there that the person paid for it. But yeah, Dark Horse do, let me actually put that in frame. Dark Horse actually do quite a few different fandom type colouring books. Like they do quite a few of they do the 2 Critical Role ones, the Mighty Nine and Vox Machina. They do The Witcher. They do Star Trek. I think they do the Doctor Who ones as well. Yeah, and yeah, Dark Horse Comics. Same people. Yeah, so a lot of the colouring books will also use the artworks from the comics as well. Trying to think what else I've done that I've got on my shelf. I know I was looking at the Star Trek one because I found someone that was selling that secondhand recently, so I was debating if I needed the Star Trek colouring book, and I saw it was Dark Horse and I was like, fantastic, because I know their paper quality is good. Yeah, I've still got to work in the other Firefly colouring book, and like The Witcher. I've got to work in a lot of my nerd shelf. One of my goals this year is to work more on my untouched books. So not only does this knock off a work in progress if I can finish it, it will also knock off a new book. So it'll be fantastic. We are, of course, quite a while away from finishing this one. I don't know if we'll finish it today. But I'm having fun. Again, there's something about this technique that just really does resonate with me. I really enjoy it. And I don't know why. But yeah, the Crayola Supertips is like a watercolor. Not every type of paper suits this technique. I've tried it in, say, Maria Troyal, Luna. That type of paper is just too absorbent. You need the more smooth, shiny paper, if that makes sense. If you color and understand what I'm saying with that. Yeah. So not every type of paper is suitable for this technique, I've found. But it is a very fun one. You can also colour directly on the page and then apply water to sort of bleed it out. Which, maybe we'll try that in the background. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what we're even doing for the background yet. Oh, I noticed we did a shout out for Aligrata too. Thank you. Aligrata is a wonderful Twitch streamer that does wood burning, which is really, really cool. So, and it's cool to see something like a different creative technique. They're really beautiful as well. So, apologies for missing it when the heart was in chat, but also if you're in the Twitch chat and you see Aligrata, you can click their name. You can hit that follow and fully recommend. So many cool peeps. I thought about also pulling out Konoko Agusa, the Garden of Fairy Tale Animals, I believe, is the one that I haven't worked in yet. There's a really cute picture in there, so I thought about maybe trying out this in that book. You do have to be careful of bleed through though, and it would depend on what's on the background, because a lot of those pages I'd be very upset if it bleed through. All the cool people stop by. They really do. They really do. There are some wonderful, wonderful friends that like to pop in. And we are very grateful for them. I was going to call my medical alarm company and do my pendant alarm test because that is blinking at me and it keeps on annoying me because it's like blink, 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 blink. Alright, so we'll just leave that to dry and then we'll come in with the red. We won't make the same mistake we did up there. It's basically a case of how many browns do I have? The answer is quite a lot, actually. Deepest almond. What do you look like when you're watered down? Because I need some dark browns for shoes. Oh, you're quite a nice brown, actually. I think you'll do quite nicely for some shoes. In fact, I think you'll actually do quite nicely for this little gun holster too. Let's do that. Let's finish off Mal. I went pretty water heavy on Garden of Fairy Tale Animals and didn't soak through to the other side. Ooh, that's good to know. I don't think I've used any wet media in any of Conicle's work yet, so ooh, that's good to know. Because I think there's a couple of images I think this technique could be really fun to try out on. I had a quick flick through last night when I was trying to figure out what to colour, because I was kind of thinking it might be, I was kind of feeling like more cute animals, but we've done a lot of cute animals lately. But yeah, these like a big double page spread of like a fountain in a garden, and it looks really pretty, and I was like, oh, that could be really nice to colour. But it's got a lot of little details, so I was like, oh, I'm not really wanting to do that. But it would work well for this technique because, again, it's got lots of little details, so it's easier to try all the little things. Her books take ink tints really well. Ooh, okay. Okay, maybe that's the next thing we'll try. You know me, I get swayed by what I'm in the mood to colour at the time anyway. That's good to know. There's just so many lovely pictures and not enough time to colour everything that I want to colour. And then there's always new stuff coming in, and oh my goodness. I got a notification because there's a couple of books that are not too far away because there's a couple of pre-orders that are due out soon. And then a couple of old orders that have finally come in, like one from like November last year. There's never enough cute animal colouring pages, right? Welcome back, Sammy. Enjoy your cookie. Yeah, I don't have like a theme or anything in particular this month that I'm working towards in terms of like things I want to colour. Just very much a case of whatever I'm in the mood for. I think that's what we're going to colour this month. like May, you know, being mermaid, there'll definitely be a mermaid. And in February, I was like, oh, I'll colour in some fairies. I think I only coloured like one fairy in the end. No, I did a few because I also did fairy celebrations. So there were a few fairies, but yeah, this month is just like nothing set in stone of what I want to colour. So it's just whatever I feel like is what we're going to colour. Yeah. Frog Detective was such a good game. Honestly. It was such a cute game. I believe Sammy will be putting the VODs up. But also, if you're looking for a very cute game, Frog Detective is amazing. It's so cute, so funny, so well written. Just a really good game all around. Just love it. Fantastic. Feel free to drop the direct link to the VOD if you want love in the channel. Which reminds me, I need to finish the... It should have all uploaded and processed by now, so I need to get the Patreon videos titled and all that sort of bit, and then get it published and added to the Patreon list. It's just a fun little one this week, but at least it's a video. I voiced so many characters, I can't believe I remember them so well in the big group scenes. You did so well with all those voices. There were so many voices, but it also made it really enjoyable to watch. Oh my goodness, no, we don't yawn. We don't need to yawn, I slept so much. Rhonda Dynamite! Rhonda Dynamite was just amazing. Smoke, thank you for all the self-care. So we've got candy, hydrate, and stretch. So we'll hydrate. Good question. I didn't put up a VOD per se, but if you give me a second, because it should still be something I can access. Oh, good timing. It expires in 2 days. Remind me after stream. I will download it, upload it, and then give it to you to upload to your one if you'd like to put up the VODs of all of those. But yeah, it goes down in 2 days, so please remind me after stream to download it. Alright, we've got a stretch and a candy, and I have the room to get the candy, so that works. Yeah, no, that's absolutely fine. The only reason I haven't published it is because it's gaming and my content is art related. So, yeah, absolutely fine if you want to publish it. Thank you for the candy. Yeah, now I'll just download it and then upload it to Drive so you can download it or something. I don't know, we'll figure it out. But yeah, it's just got to get downloaded within the next 2 days. Thank you, Small. It's starting to get a little warm now, so I'll just turn the fan on. We're on the TNT candies today. So good. So sour. Even my TNTs are running low. But I did find a bag of marshmallows that were in my groceries I still haven't finished putting away. I'm down to 1 bag. So we're getting there. I was like, oh, yeah, I have a bag of marshmallows. So I just chuck that in the candy box. And some more cookies. But yeah, I definitely need to do a candy haul. I just haven't found any good specials on any of the bulk stuff lately. So there just hasn't been any big stock ups. Right. This blinking in the corner of my eyes is driving me a little nuts. So I am just going to also take advantage and also do my pendant alarm test. I think I just rang the 0800 number. I should know this. I have to test it every 6 months and I forget every time. Yeah, it is. All right.
Thank you for phoning ADT Security. Please select from one of the following options. If you have an alarm activation or emergency, please press 1. For home security, press 2. For business security, press 3. For medical alarm inquiries, press 4. If you know the extension you wish to be. For sales inquiries, please press 1. For customer service, press 2. For account inquiries, press 3. To hear these options again, press... Welcome to the Never Alone Medical Help Desk. One of our people will be with you shortly. We would like to advise you that your call will be recorded for security and internal training purposes.
Good morning, welcome to ADT. How can I help?
Hi there, my name's Amy and I have a medical alarm with you guys and I need to do a pendant alarm test.
Sure. Amy, can I confirm your address?
You absolutely can.
Are there any changes you'd like to make to the appointment, or can you keep it as it is?
No, no changes.
Looking to do something? And Amy, last question please, for your medical alarm, do you have a neck pendant or a watch alarm?
I have a neck pendant.
Thank you. Putting your alarm in
No worries.
and as I'm sure you know, your alarm is going to make a noise.
Yeah,
When you're ready, if you can press your neck pendant for me, give me a good push and get your alarm activated.
no worries. I will press it now and have the loud noises.
Okay.
Your alarm has been activated. Your message is being sent. Your message has been sent. You will soon be contacted by an operator.
Can you also press the help button as well?
I absolutely can.
Your alarm has been activated.
I always forget how loud it is until I press it.
Yes, no, they're
It's good though.
it is supposed to be like at the end of the house, or it's in the emergency, it's kind of... Perfect, thank you. So those are both the needs. We can add them to the call. I will phone the medical alarm. We're all done.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Talk to you soon.
Your message has been sent.
Bye.
You will soon be contacted by an operator.
Pretty much. And he's going to be a call. Hey, I can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you. We'll pop your alarm back to service.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Goodbye.
Bye. And now it will no longer blink at me and go, test me, test me, test me. It is very much like checking your smoke detectors, but it's a process. Happy, joy, joy. Happy, happy, joy, joy. Happy, happy, joy, joy. Doodle-doo-doo. Hey, perfection. Apologies for not being able to say hi when you popped in before. I was just in the middle of the phone call and I had to make sure I was muted while I gave all the confirmation details. But yes, we just needed to do a medical alarm check because it was really starting to annoy me because it's right there and it was just blinking continuously in my eye. Doo-doo. So yes, thank you so much for bearing with me while I did that. But yes, if you've ever been curious about a medical alarm, that's what it is. So every couple of months I have to ring up the company monitoring it if I haven't had an accident and tripped over. Even if I've had an accident, there's usually a test every once in a while. And I just give them a call, they put it into test mode, we press the pendant, we press the box. Then we hang up on the phone call and then they call me through the medical alarm box, which just sits up over here. And they just confirm that I can talk to them. And then, yeah, we're good to go. And they just check, like if any of the lockbox codes have changed, if I've changed places, like if there's any new information that they need. So it's a little bit of a process. And you heard how loud it is too. It's a very loud alarm, but it's meant to be a loud alarm. So the idea is that I fall in the bathroom, I can press that alarm, I'm going to hear that alarm, so I know it's ringing them, and it auto rings through. The moment it rings through to the medical alarm people, they try to contact me. If they can't raise me, obviously it's an ambulance straight away. They'll have a little chat with me via the box and be like, hey, what's going on? I can be like, hey, yeah, I've tripped over. I'm not bleeding anywhere. I haven't lost consciousness. I'm cool. I just need help getting up. And they'll be like, cool. And then they'll call somebody to come help me get up or something. They can even contact my family. Be like, hey, she's tripped over. She's okay, but she just needs somebody to pop around and check up on her. If it is a situation where I need an ambulance and I've got to go into hospital, they will also contact my family immediately. And be like, hey, it's like an automated message that my brothers get that's like, Amy's medical alarm has been activated and an ambulance has been summoned for her, so they know, hey, something's happened to Amy. It's a lot of elderly patients, a lot of elderly people have it. Yeah, life alerts is another name for them. We just call them medical alarms or pendant alarms. It's what a lot of elderly patients have is a peace of mind. But yeah, they are incredibly useful, and it's a little bit of peace of mind because I live alone. And like one of the reasons I got it was because I had that fall in the shower or coming out of the shower, and I fell on the floor. My cell phone was on the sink. And this was just before I got my diagnoses, when I was literally just waiting to see the specialist, and I was so swollen and inflamed. And so at this point, I'd already talked to my landlord about getting access to the building overnight if something happened to me. So I had the outdoor code so that I could let someone in. And then I was showering at about 11 p.m. So I'd left my apartment door unlocked because I live in an office building, so no one else was around. But I knew that if I locked my door and something had happened while I'd showered, no one else could get in without a key, without raising the landlord and stuff. So as a security measure, I started showering with my door unlocked, which sounds horrendous, but that's what I had to do. And this day it was proven that I was right to do this because I slipped. It took me half an hour lying on the floor, unable to get up, to wiggle my way on the floor to sort of knock my crutches down onto me, because at the time I was using crutches to mobilize. and then use those crutches to knock my phone onto the floor to then ring an ambulance. And so, yeah, by the time the ambulance got to me, could get me up off the floor, I'd been on the floor for like 2 hours. It was a whole thing. But yeah, I mean, it was as horrendous as it was actually the best thing that happened, because I got to see the specialist early. I got my diagnosis early. We got a lot of additional help. And one of the things they did was set me up with this medical alarm, because they're like, yeah, no, we can't have you doing that again. So very, very useful tool. And it's just another one of those little safety features. So, you know, I know some of you all worry. And it's like, it's okay. There's a reason why I wear it. I try to be better about wearing it. I do not shower without it, because it's just security. And it has saved my butt a couple of times where I have fallen over and I can't get up. And I can just press the button and be like, yeah, I'm okay. I just fell over again and I just need a little hand getting up, please. Yeah, so when I had the big shower fall, that was the one when I was in hospital for almost 2 months. That was the end of March. So sorry, Perfection. So sorry. Yeah, no, at the end of, it was the week, the week of February, the first week of February or so, because it was Waitangi Day, and then my dad died suddenly, and then I had my GP appointment and got the urgent specialist referral, but I wasn't going to be able to see the specialist until the end of, I think it was the start of May that it was booked for, even though I was considered critical, like urgent critical, top priority C. It wasn't until the end of May. But then in March is when I fell over and had that big fall. And so they took me up to hospital, and then they realized they couldn't send me home because I couldn't mobilize. And they were like, how are you living at the moment? I was like, I've been waiting for my specialist appointment. So they rang the specialist and were like, hey, we're going to admit her under you. Come and see her tomorrow. Get her diagnosed so that we can get her on medication and get her home, because she can't go home like this. So he came and saw me the next day, and he's like, yep, ankylosing spondylitis. It was like 5 minutes. If that, he saw me, was like, yep, all right, let's get you on a bunch of painkillers, let's get you on a bunch of steroids, let's get all this inflammation down, and then I'll see you at my clinic once you're out of hospital, and we'll begin the process of getting you on the proper stuff to actually treat this. But for now, let's just get your inflammation down and get you out of here. Yeah. Sorry, Perfection. I had like part of it muted while I was giving personal details, and I couldn't mute my phone call with the guy, so I do apologize. But yeah, it's all good. It's just something you're going to do every couple of months. They did, and it was actually like, there was a specialized team that was called the art team. And they were the ones that said she is not going home. And they were the ones that dealt with like patients with specialized mobility needs and stuff like that, and were the ones that linked in, like they had a social worker, they had a physiotherapist, they had a whole bunch of like community support stuff, and they were the ones of like, she can't go home, she needs support equipment, she needs a safety plan, she needs assistance, like no, she cannot go home, she can't even mobilize to the bathroom on her own right now. So no, she's not going home. And then because of a whole bunch of situations, what probably would have only been a couple of days in hospital expanded into 6 weeks because of it was this whole thing. It cracks me up now when I think about it. At the time I was just like, oh my god. But because there was damage to my left ankle, right? So they also were looking at my ankle. They did a x-ray on it, and the x-ray came back saying like, oh, it's very swollen and damaged, but it's probably just a sprain. So the hospital was starting to move me, and physio was one of the people that had to say she's okay to go home. Physio don't work on the weekend, and I went in on a Thursday night. So Friday afternoon, physio were coming to see me for the first time, and they're like, yeah, no, she's not getting out this weekend. So they at least set me up with a like gutter frame so that I could start moving a little bit. And then they were going to start moving me, and then they get a call from the x-ray department being like, hey, we just had a specialist look at her ankle and we actually think it's broken. She's not allowed on it. So physio's like, nope, took it all away and put me back into bed, and I was not allowed to move out of bed. And so I'm like, great. And they're like, yeah, we're going to just send you for an MRI on your foot, but also we can't do that until after the weekend. And hey, it's a long weekend. So yeah, no. We're not doing this until, I think it was like Thursday morning, I finally got the MRI. And in the meantime, I was not allowed to move at all. I wasn't allowed to get out of bed. I wasn't allowed to move to the bathroom. I had to use a bedpan. It was, ugh. So I'm just laying there being like, cool, waiting for this MRI. Finally, on Thursday, we get my MRI. It takes until Friday afternoon to get the results back. By the time all the specialists look at it, and they're like, yeah, no, it's very clearly got a lot of damage, but we don't believe it's broken now. It's hard to tell because she's in too much pain and we couldn't really get a clear shot. Yeah. If you strap down an incredibly swollen ankle with straps, of course it's going to hurt. Yeah, it was awful. But I make it back into bed, and basically the doctors are like, nah, she can walk on it. But of course, by this stage, it's Friday afternoon. So again, physio's not working, and again, it's another long weekend. So it took until Wednesday, because I think it was Easter weekend that time, until I see physio. So at this point, it's been 2.5 weeks since I've been allowed to even mobilize. And if you've ever not been able to mobilize, like the loss in muscle structure, and then you add into that a sore, swollen ankle. So at this point, they had to basically work with me to rework on this ankle to get me mobilizing. And then the MRI people came back and went, actually, we think it might be broken. So again, I'm sent back to bed, and it was just this back and forth I finally got out eventually when they're like, yeah, we're pretty confident it's not broken, after like the second or third time. But yeah, this is why I've been trying to get to ortho for a long time, because I want to actually have it properly looked at, because there's something in there. But by the time I finally was allowed to like properly start mobilizing, it had been several weeks since I had mobilized, and my ankle was just ruined. So it took like 2 weeks of intense physio to even get to the point where I could mobilize around the wards. And that was the point when I was like, sweet, if I can walk around the block of the hospital wards, I can get out of here. And then it was just waiting for all the teams to be like, yep, we're signing you off, getting all the equipment. So that took an extra couple of days. So it was a very long process to get out of hospital for what was essentially, at the end of the day, a sprained ankle. But we got there in the end. So ankylosing spondylitis is a genetic autoimmune condition. We can now, knowing what I have, track that I've been having flare-ups for decades. There's incidents that I had when I was 18 and 19 that were just written off as different things that, looking back, we can go, actually, that was a flare-up. When I was 18, I went for an eye test, and my eye specialist was like, why have you got all this weird scarring on the side of your eyes? Were you dropped on your head as a baby? Were you in a car accident? Like, this inflammation and scarring is something we would normally see in those situations. I was like, no. It's also something you see with ankylosing spondylitis, because it can cause the blood vessels in your eyes to inflame and scar. So we learnt that 18 years later. Yeah. So it's just one of those things, because ankylosing spondylitis presents as a sore back. A lot of people don't get it diagnosed for a long time. It's not something that's commonly diagnosed, because for a lot of people it's just a bit of a sore back in the morning, they get moving, they might have to take some ibuprofen, and then they're good to go. The reason why I got the diagnosis is because my autoimmune system tanked, and in turn my body reacted. So my ankle was out to here, my hands were out, like my whole body swelled, every part of my body was on fire. So yeah, that's when, like, and it took a long time to get even that diagnosis as well. But once we got there, it was just like that. Oh, finally. Yeah. How long has AS even had a name? Yeah. I'm not sure when they did discover it, because AS is part of the inflammatory arthritis family. So there's like a whole subset of inflammatory arthritises, and ankylosing spondylitis is one of them. If you've ever heard of psoriatic arthritis, that's another one. There's like a specialized juvenile one. Yeah, there's a couple of specific ones in there. I think rheumatoid counts as part of the family as well. A lot of people know of rheumatoid, and I was tested multiple times for rheumatoid arthritis, because that's what the doctors were like. Oh, it seems like rheumatoid, but it wasn't, because one of the key signs apparently is rheumatoid, like you'll get the matching inflammation, whereas ankylosing you'll get the one. But again, a lot of it, like ankylosing generally presents in the back, and it's just the back. I just happen to have a subset that presents with a lot of peripheral presentation and attacks a lot of my body. So yeah, it's a lot of pain every day, but we manage. There are days that are better than others. As I said, today's a pretty good day, so we embrace the days that are good. The days that aren't as good, we make sure we take care of ourselves, and it's just one of those things, you know. It's like, I'm not going to sit here and lie and go, everything's great. There are days when I go down. There are days that suck, and that's just a part of it. But it's also how you pull through on those days, and that is why, recently I had a little bit of a break and I didn't stream for about a week and a bit, because I just needed my own little break. I am continually battling my body every day. So some days we get tired and we just don't have the ability to battle anymore. And also, put on a front to stream, to do this, to do this, to do this. So it's okay to go, hey, today's a really hard day. I just need to play video games in bed. Yeah. It's very important to recognize and learn when you're at those points. I'm not perfect at it. I do push myself too much some days. But I'm also pretty good at recognizing and going, hey, I need to not. There are things that, it sucks to say too. The Yes and Charity stream is a stream that I've been involved in for a number of years. I absolutely adore helping out with it. It's how I met Sammy. It's how I met a bunch of wonderful people. And this year is the first year I am not the head of the moderation team, because I had to step back and go, my health cannot take this anymore. And that was really sad to state, hey, the disease kind of won here, but it didn't win. I'm still trying to help out, but I just recognized I couldn't lead the team again this year. So, yeah, it sucks in some points, but it's also given me a lot of opportunities. If I didn't, I would still be working full time. I probably wouldn't be streaming like this, and I wouldn't have found coloring the way I did, because I started coloring after the fall, because I fell on my hands and damaged my hands. So I needed to learn how to rehold a pencil, and I started coloring, which sent me on this whole journey. This journey wouldn't have started without me getting ill. Like, that's something to be grateful for, because I freaking love colouring. You know, try to find the positives in it. And it's opened me up to a whole new community of wonderful people, and being able to raise awareness about chronic pain and keeping well mentally, and just being that little safe, cozy space. I'm really proud of this little space we've created together. So, yeah. I'm off. I need to get ready to adult. I don't think you'll be back on when I get back. Possibly not. We'll see how we go. We'll see how we go. But yeah, I usually end in a couple of hours. We'll see. We'll see if I need a nap today. We look for the little wins on the day. Exactly. So, and some days the win is you survive the day. Sometimes the wins are I went to the bathroom. I ate. I had a sip of water. You know? And then some days it's like I created a whole beautiful piece of art, and I live streamed, and I ate a healthy breakfast, and I cleaned up the apartment, and I got my pendant alarm checked. Like, some days are better than others, you know? But also, just as valid to be like, cool, I survived today. That's also valid. Nope. Thank you for the hydrate. And we've got a stretch as well. Thank you, thank you. Put this down. I could actually do with a little bit of a finger stretch. Ooh, do the shoulders at the same time. Oh. That's a good stretch. Thank you for that. A very big win can be as simple. I woke up today. Exactly. And that's not even I got out of bed. That's just I woke up. I think it's also a really good skill to learn to just identify and find little things to be positive about, even if they may seem stupid. Like, you may look at that and go, oh, well, that's a silly thing. That's not anything momentous. Well, actually it is. And if you can start finding all those little things, no matter how silly they are, you start building those up, and a bad day can seem like a really good day. Like, you could look at a day that you stayed in bed all day because you just felt like crap, and you're like, oh, today was just a waste of a day. Or you could look at it like, I woke up today. I recognized that my body wasn't feeling great, so I needed to take care of myself. I had lots of rest today. I was nice and comfy today. I made sure I had some water today. I got to watch a really interesting show today. You just start looking for every little positive. I took my medication today. I actually ate today. It doesn't matter what I ate. And then that actually builds up to like, oh, okay, yeah, like maybe I didn't do a lot today, but today was still a really good day, you know? You find those positives, and it can turn a day into a positive day. And then it becomes easier on the days where things are really bad and everything is starting to overwhelm you, and it's like, today's a really bad day. You can just start rattling off all these little positives, and they build up. Yes, Medchick. I'm actually due my next dose of painkillers at the next ad break, which will be happening very soon. I think I need to pee again. I had so much water before stream. I had like a whole one of these before stream because I wanted a bunch of water. Which is good because I felt very hydrated, but also now it's like, I gotta pee, I gotta pee, I gotta pee, I gotta pee. Alright, I'm just going to snooze those for a couple of minutes so I can actually finish this little leg section without the pressure of getting this done in 30 seconds. And then we will head to the ad break. Alright, I think we're getting there. I feel like Zoe's pants are pretty good. I still have like so many little details, but we're getting there. Still got a bit of work on River. And the big ones is clothes here, because I feel like from memory this shirt is like a green and I don't know how well that's gonna work. I'm trying to find a reference of that shirt. In fact, that looks like it there. Oh, don't load the whole picture. The whole thing, I just want to open the image. That looks like it could be the shirt there. Which is blue and green, so that's going to be interesting. But maybe we can bring some green into Zoe's shirt to match Walsh. So you can see the shirts that I'm talking about here. So we've got that sort of like Zoe's got green. It's more like brown in her red, but sort of like that earthy green, and we could bring some of that in with the pale blue maybe. I don't know. I haven't really used any blue in the image, but maybe we could make it work. I don't know. We'll just pop you down there for the moment. We'll have a think about that when we come back. But for now, your girl's got to pee. Again. And we need an ad break. So we're going to switch you back to the break screen. I'm going to pop back to the bathroom. I'm going to take my pain meds. Pain meds are important. Make sure you also do a check-in with yourself. Do you need to hydrate? Do you need to stretch? Do you need a snack? Do you need to go to the bathroom? Meds taken. Yes. All right. We'll be back in a couple of minutes again. Alright. Thank you for bearing with me during that. I also grabbed some pretzels. Right. I feel like we need to do something to this. This is not quite the right red. I don't mind it as a base, but it needs something to be more of that coppery brown. And then we've also got the green, which we can bring into his shirt. So it's more like an earthy green as well. Also, thank you again, Smalt, for being so kind and bringing up all those commands of all our lovely artists that have done all the amazing art for us for the break. Okay. It is way too bright. Something more desaturated. You're feeling already too foresty. You might be too on the blue side. Definitely too on the blue side. So far, you're still our winner. You're two on the blue side. What if we take these two, merge them together, there we go, that's what we're after. That sort of earth green. It's like an army green, really. And we definitely will need to go over her top again because it's looking very Christmas right now, and that's not what we want. But if we do a bit of orangey brown over her top and desaturate that red a little bit, I think it'll work out alright. I still have no idea which outfit of Amira's to use as inspiration for that one. Because the only colour I can think of her wearing is purple. Which we haven't used so far. And again, I could tie it in. Because we could do a red-based purple. I'm also trying to think of her outfits on the show. And again, all I can think of is purple. I know she had a couple outfits on the show. In fact, what is she wearing in this photo? Oh, not that button. Spotify is freaking out. Yeah, she's even wearing purple in here. Hey, slowly but surely getting there. Alright, so I'll mix the same colour again, but this time I'm going to use a bit more green in there. And we'll use that on those lighter sections. Okay, like that little touch of green. It still doesn't, like, it is definitely being like, whoa, green. Especially with that red, I have to change that red. But it doesn't feel like it's out of place compared to the other colours around it. It's still got that good tie-in. But yeah, we definitely need to change that. That is not the right colour. Alright. Let's go back to her little jacket, and I'm going to bring in some of this brown again as well. So the reason why I keep bouncing between different areas is because I don't want the colours to bleed. So it's like, while I wait for the top to dry, we'll go down to here, and then while that's drying, we can go back to there. That's why I keep bouncing around to different characters in different areas. Thank you, Smelt. I appreciate that. I don't know what it is about the Crayola technique. It really just, it gives me such dopamine. So much more dopamine than, like, paints do. I think part of it might actually be that I don't have to do, like, that much colour mixing, or it's easy to mix colours because it's just take 2 pens and scribble. So, like, if I run out of a colour, it's not hard to reproduce the colour because it's just a pen. It's not hard to, like, pull out too much ink, or I don't know. Like, watercolours are fun, but it just doesn't give me the same dopamine hit that this technique does. Alright, I am going to go over her dress. I think you're a big fan of convenience colours. That's true. Like, with pencils, I'm all about layering to tint to get my own exact shades. But with the paints, it's like, no, I just want to go for it. But It's interesting. Oh, there you are. Let's not lose you. I'm a mixer. I like mixing my own colours. Yeah. I can see the advantage of it. Yeah. I don't know. Maybe as I do this more, it will open me up to doing more and more in like watercolor mediums and stuff like that. But yeah, just thoroughly enjoying it as is. So, hey. Oh, are we out of water in the droplet? We are. Water, please. Alright, let's do Walsh's brown shirt under this patterned shirt. Exactly. It's the same thing with colouring these with pencils. Like, it's not wrong to just use the colours directly from the pencil. You don't have to layer a billion layers, but you can also layer a billion layers if you want to. It's just whatever brings you joy, how you want to colour it. And that's why I was like, today I'm going to do the Crayola technique, and I'm going to pull out this one because I haven't worked on this one for ages. I want to work on this one. Even though I never started it on stream, I was just like, nah, we're just going to work on this one. It's what I feel like working on. Glad I did. I am having a lot of fun working on this one. I hope you all are enjoying seeing the process on this one. It's quite good because I had started it, so you can kind of see the idea of what I'm going for. Because some of the base is already there. Right, he's almost got the same coloured pants as well. Interesting. We won't do the same coloured pants because it's just a lot. There's already a lot of brown. Like, I know I could push this further by actually, like, bringing in some secondary colours, and I probably should try that on the next one. But I also like the fact that you can kind of just get away with using one colour. But I could push the shading in some areas. I definitely did that in a lot of the skin tones as well. I know I did layer a few colours in there, and I'm just pushing these shadows a bit more, because even I can tell they need pushing. I think River was the one that I had, like, not actually technically finished the skin of. I can't remember, it was a long time ago. Actually, now I think about it, I feel like I hadn't actually done... I was meaning to go back and do a bunch of shading, because I see a lot of them have, like, indicated shadow lines that I haven't coloured yet. That's okay. We'll just add in some quick shade details with this brown, because this works for a lot of the lighter skin tones, and then we'll pull out something darker for the darker skin tones, although it looks like I have done it on Zoe, except for maybe a little bit more in there. Interesting. Alright, well, I guess we're doing this now. This is the sort of thing I feel like you could just keep picking it and playing it as well. Just keep on picking away, keep on picking away. Alright, Mal, I can see you've got a shadow area I haven't done. this is kind of making me want to get... I also still want to get the Doctor Who books, the Doctor Who colouring books, because again, they're the same paper, Dark Horse, and they've got a lot of this fine detail. I think that would be really fun to do in this technique too. The mirror needs a little bit under here. Just keep painting, just keep painting. What do we do? Just keep painting. Just keep mixing and mixing and mixing. Dan Ulshaw, howdy. How are you going today? Welcome to the stream. We are working away on this colouring page from Everything's Shiny, Serenity, based on the series Firefly. And we're using some Crayola Supertips as watercolours. I hope you're doing well today. I'm not looking forward to doing all the weaponry though. Shiny metal. We'll figure it out. Right, so... Pretty good, I see that. Firefly, yes. Firefly is a very good series. It's got a lot of good memories for me. So it's a lot of fun. I actually did a Firefly fan art years ago. Smalt is amazing. Smalt is a legend. Just absolute legend for always bringing up all the commands and just doing everything. Like, I don't expect anything from my mods. Like, I'm just appreciative that you're here. The only thing I ask of my mods is if I have my head down and someone comes in and be yucky, they just get rid of them because my head's down and I've missed the chat and I don't want the chat in there longer than it needs to be in there. If I catch it first, I catch it first, but you know, sometimes your head's down so you miss it. So that's the main reason I have mods. I don't expect anything else from them, and they go above and beyond and just help me out incredibly, and I would be very lost without them. So very appreciative. All the love for all our mods, and especially Smalt. I just finished a Great Gatsby book. Took me about 5 months. Ooh, well done. Great Gatsby. I love the costuming of that era. Such beautiful costuming. Like that 1920s flapper style. So pretty. Rivy, you're not yucky. You're lovely. We know who the real yuckies are. And it's very good because Random Fud, who is another one of my mods, is also highly involved in the modding community and will quite often pre-ban known people that are yucky on certain channels. And it's great because I'll just get a message from him being like, hey, by the way, I've just added 20 new people to your ban list. And I'm like, I trust you. Do what you're going to do, hun. It's all good. So, very, very appreciative for my mods. They are wonderful. Never done watercolours. This is pretty cool. It's a really fun technique, Dan. So, what I've got here is just a piece of glass. You can also use like a plastic tray or a plate or anything that's non-porous. And I'm just using Crayola Supertips, colouring onto the glass, and then adding some water, and it turns it into watercolours. And it's just a really fun technique for colouring in a colouring book. I think we were talking about before, one of the reasons why I might like it so much is that I don't have to mix so many colours, because of course, like I've got a box of 100 Supertips, plus the Crayola Colours of the World set, which is what a lot of this is. There's a lot of glorious brown tones in there. So it's giving me all these colour variations, and it's just the strength of the ink that I'm using to build up all this texture and tone. It's not even like using multiple colours. It's really just one colour. It's working really, really well, and it's really fun. And like, I'm not a big wet media person, but I love this technique. It's so fun for me. So, yeah. Smalt is the best mods. All my mods are the best mods, and I will forever say all my mods are the best mods, but also Smalt is the best mod. There is a reason why we literally have a rule on the channel that is trust in Smalt. Rule 10. Not rule 10. Quote 10. In Smalt we trust. I had to go and look up my quotes because I couldn't remember what my quotes were. So let me take you back to the actual picture. So apologies about that. Wonderful, a person can work with Crayola and get quality results. So many companies try to sell you the... Oh, yeah. Yeah, like, student grade supplies have a place, and they can be used. It's all about the technique you use to them. To farm, yeah. No, you're all good, you're all good. I do speak typo. I just took a minute to process it. I am atrocious at typing as well, don't worry. Yeah, there are, like, there's a couple of more student grade pencils that I do use a lot because they are excellent pencils. A lot of it just is using different techniques and just being aware that, you know, the pigmentation isn't going to be quite the same, or like there's different pros and cons to each element. But yeah, this is a really fun way to try out watercolors. Crayola Supertips aren't exactly the most expensive thing in the world, so it's not actually a hard thing to get into either. And it does work in a lot of coloring books if you want to try it. It doesn't work in every coloring book. You need a coloring book with like a slightly thicker, smooth paper. If you know, sort of like Maria Troyal, Hannah-Carlson, that texture that's a little bit more absorbent, that paper's not as suitable for it, I find, from my experience anyway. I pulled out this colour, but I don't actually think that's the right colour for what I want. Unless I try layering it over that. Yeah. It's Mod Love March. I love that. And Distinctly Slay You, a mod team is one of the best and nicest and uniquely talented. I do have amazing mods. I am very, very blessed with that. The best art supplies are the ones you're going to use. That is exactly it, Smalt. That is exactly it. You could not word it better. The best ones you're going to use. That might be where half the issue's coming from. I just realised that I don't need you on 1080p. Let's put you back on 160. That might help. No, it doesn't say. I might be able to Google it and find out. There's all the illustrators in the back here. I do love that they list all the individual illustrators too. No, I'm not seeing it anywhere. Yeah, it's not very common for colouring books to say the GSM, unfortunately. So this is a Serenity colouring book. This is the Everything Shiny. These two of them, they're both called Serenity colouring book, or if you search Firefly colouring book. Yeah, it's not GSM's not often listed, which is a bit of a shame. Some colouring books will. I like when they list when they are like 80 GSM, so I know they're on printer paper. But often I just get a book and then just feel the paper and work with the paper. Yeah. Basically I have the same mod team, except I have you and you're stuck with me. No, I'm not stuck with you. I have you. You're wonderful as a mod. You help me with all the technical stuff, you know? Everyone's got their speciality in my mod team, and I appreciate you all. It's like Andromeda is technically a Twitch mod, but she doesn't come to Twitch much, but she does all my Discord like stuff. She helps me whenever I have a Discord problem. She's my Discord mod, you know? Each of my mods have a wonderful place in my mod team, and I appreciate them. We'll see. My wife did an eye roll with my pencils. I've been kind and not mentioned all her 13 romance novels in the spare room. You know, we each have our hobbies. We each have our things. And hey, if colouring is your thing, colouring is your thing. But also, if she's into the romance novels, say she likes that sort of thing, if she's into, say, Sarah J. Maas, I will say there is a Court of Thorns and Roses colouring book, so you might be able to merge the two together and get her a colouring book of her romance novels and then slowly bring her over to the colouring side. Just saying. So did your book you're working from come from the mail, eBay, or Amazon? No, I actually got it from a Facebook marketplace. It was secondhand. I live in New Zealand, so we don't even technically have Amazon here. We have Amazon Australia, but yeah, we don't technically have Amazon here. It's getting more popular though. It's starting to become easier to get stuff. What colour did I use for a shirt again? I can't remember. I think it was that one. We'll just work with this one. Yeah, so this one I did grab secondhand at Facebook Marketplace, so it was only $5. Which is fantastic. I love finding a secondhand bargain. But I believe you can get it on Amazon, and you might be able to find it on eBay and some other places. Its publisher is Dark Horse. They do quite a few different fandom colouring books. They do one for The Witcher. They do Critical Role. I believe they do Star Trek and Doctor Who as well. Yeah, it's very uncommon for a colouring book to have 200 to 300 GSM paper. I would put it max 160. It's not 80 GSM. I know that much. I would put it in the hundreds. It feels a bit thicker than 120, so I would guess probably around 160 if I was guessing GSM, but I doubt it's in the 200s. But as long as you don't saturate them with water, it can be all right. It's just, yeah, making sure you're not absolutely drenching the colouring book. Which can be difficult because sometimes I want to slap all the water on the page. Glad you told me New Zealand before I said from the outback. No need to give the host to give me the Spock eyebrow. Oh, no, that's okay. I mean, Australia's our neighbour, but I'm definitely in New Zealand. I'm definitely a Kiwi in Aotearoa. But yes, I do often get asked and mistaken for being from down under. It's like, no, Australia has a bit of a different accent, but if you're not used to it, it's quite alright, you know? I've had a couple people wonder if I was from England as well, and I was like, my accent is definitely not English, but I suppose if you're used to certain accents in certain areas, easy to get confused. You can get water-specific colouring books. You can indeed. The Forest Nymph that I did recently by Chris Ortega. I know Smalt is also waiting. Her Colourless Kingdom series that she does, every once in a while she does a specialty run on watercolour paper. And there's meant to be one being released pretty soon, another run of them. And I may look at getting one of those because those line works are gorgeous, and they would be a delight to colour on better paper. I think she also does a run on like 160, which I'm also contemplating instead, because like I don't have her Colourless Kingdom set, but I have the Colouring Heaven one. But it would be nice to get those images on a better quality paper. Or buy the digital one. I would happily claim New Zealand or Australia's Australia. Oh, I think I explained it once, like New Zealand to Australia is America to Canada. Alright, let's see if we can tone down this red here. Make this. We still want a little bit of a red tint, but we want to bring it more to the brown fam. So it's not so Christmas. Can already tell I haven't got enough pigment in this. But also, I don't think that brown's quite right. I think we're going to need to do something more coppery. Yeah. You're too yellow. Actually, you could be good. Let's try you. Yeah, I think you might be more what we're after. Rambling Court Jester, hello. Thank you for the raid. What were you up to today? I was playing Snacko. Ooh, what's Snacko about? All I can hear in my head is like a dog snack ad, like Dogs Go Wacko for Snacko or something like that. I feel like that was an old advert on TV years ago. It's like terribly animated. Smacko. That's the one I'm thinking of. Yes. Some sort of dog treat. It was like clay animation or something. Back in the day. Snacko is like Stardew Valley and Animal Crossing mix. Oh, okay. So in other words, a game Amy needs to look into. Schmeckos. Yeah. Yeah, you know the one I'm talking about. Okay, cool. I'm not imagining things. Good to know. Story about two cats that get stranded on an island. Ooh. So I understand the Animal Crossing references. Gosh, I haven't been to my Animal Crossing island in a long time. You get to play as a black cat? Oh, I love black kitties. Oh, okay. Okay. I'm gonna have to look that up. Two cats conspired to make the dog make the life raft. Oh. Sounds about right. Oh, well, it sounds like a blast, Rambling Port Jester. I hope you had fun playing it. I'm going to just bring it up in the background so I remember to look at it after stream. As per usual, if you need to do a raid and recovery, if you need to take a break to, you know, rest and recover and look after yourself, please do. If you want to hang around and lurk, you are always welcome to as well. If you just need to raid and run, do what you need to do. Please look after yourself. But I fully appreciate you being here, and I do hope you can hang out for a while. And thank you for bringing over your community. Right, I am way happier with that. That is the colour I was envisioning. That more reddish brown. So we've lost a little bit of shading. We're kind of saturating that one quite a bit, but that's okay. That's okay. The animals are pixel, like Stardew Valley. It's quite cute. Oh, it sounds like it's right up my alley. Okie dokie. Okie dokie dokie dokie. So, do I have enough of this left over? Go a little bit. Would it be enough? Oh yeah. I just noticed that these little pouches that we coloured here are exactly the same colour as his top. So we'll just add a little layer of this. And then it should sort of just tint them a little differently. Cool. Alright. So we've got some dark brown here. I might even merge a bit of the black into here. So I feel like, whoa, everything's coming out green. Okay, that's not too bad though. We've got like a shoe back here that needs colouring. And then we've got another one back here. Another one. I should look at the Pipsqueaks black to see if that's got this green base that this black has. Maybe I could get a more pure black. You're welcome. So I told the Savoy a while back, and I thought the raiding option was for affiliated users, and then after looking at it and realising it, I can raid too! So now we're all attack with jokes. Yay! Yes, no, anyone can raid. And it's a wonderful feature on Twitch. It definitely, like, I think it's fun to share the love. And I know, like, a lot of streamers, when they're like, we've only got 1 or 2 people, why would we raid? It's like, it's still fun. Like, no matter how many people you got, go a raiding, share the love. It's a great way. Like, I'm always discovering new streamers and new places to go after people raid. Oh, you've got the same green base too. Done. And it's always fun to find new friends, you know, when people raid in, because they're like, oh, this person's cool. I hang out in their stream. And you're like, oh, you are cool. New person to watch. And then they raid somewhere else, and it's like, oh, new friends. And then you get raided, and it's like, oh, new friends as well. So it's just really wonderful. I wish YouTube would allow us to continue the love in that way, but maybe in time. All right. Do 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 do. Yeah. kind of gave the ones that rated me. The raids, I didn't even know it had a raid system. Both channels have to follow each other and add each other to a pre-approved list. Oh, that's the, like, continue on thingamabob. That makes, yeah. I know when I was part of, like, this community live stream thing on YouTube that I did with a bunch of other colorists on YouTube. There was just like a schedule that went out, and then one person would finish and be like, we're heading over here, and then post a link in chat, and then sometimes people would move across. Yeah, wasn't the same as a raid, but it was cool to see them do it, and it was fun to be a part of. That was the 2 weeks in Kirby. That was my first ever YouTube live stream. It was the one where I was like, go, 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 because I had 2 hours. Also, hi, bye. Yeah. That catch-22, as you say. And I do, like, I am grateful now I can stream on YouTube and allow those that only use YouTube to also hang out in live streams, because it's wonderful to have that opportunity to put that out there rather than just the VODs. When I just streamed on Twitch. But I wish it was easier to find people streaming live on YouTube so that I could find more people, because that is the one really annoying downside, is it is very hard to discover people. It's not made for discovering new people like Twitch is. But if you've got someone on there who does live stream that you want to follow, it's very easy to continually follow their live streams. So yeah, that catch-22. There's pros and cons to both platforms. I'm just glad I can be on both platforms now. Spin, welcome back. I hope you managed to get done what you needed to get done and was successful in your adventure. We are still working away, but we have made some progress. Do, 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 do. Ooh, you're posting in the Discord? Excellent. I look forward to seeing it. I should actually be a good girl and post some stuff into the Discord. I'm still trying to catch up on my own social media postings. We'll get there eventually. I did one yesterday. Actually, that's something I was going to do today, was take a photo of the one we finished last live stream. If the sun was bright enough to actually take a photo today. I went to take it yesterday and it was so grey and overcast I couldn't even take a photo. Do 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 do. Okie dokie, what have we got left to go? A few bits and pieces. Mm-mm-mm. just mucking around with colours now. Because we can. Alright. We've got some boots in here. These boots were made for ass kicking. Because that's just what River do. Do 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 do. And posted? Oh, fantastic. We'll have to go and check it out. We're doing some stuff with the truck when this stuff comes in. I have to make sure it's a couple days without rain. Yes. Always the difficult part. It's been raining so much lately. It's a very clean logo, Sven. Do 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 do. Not even looking at the reference for colours now. I'm just like, a version of brown, a version of brown, and a version of brown. So much brown. Yeah. It's okay. It's like, I knew it would use a lot of brown because it does. Like, the show has a lot of brown in it. So, it was gonna happen regardless. These little pops of colour, but I also think having quite a neutral page will tie it together quite nicely. Yeah. You had snow yesterday, Dan. Small dime-sized hail this week. A dime is 10 cents, right? Because a quarter is 25. And a nickel is 5. And then you have a penny that's 1. If I remember right. Do, do, do. Correct. Yay. You're doing well with US cents. Doesn't mean I could necessarily pick them out in the lineup. Like, I know the penny is a different colour. But, yeah. Alright, so I've still got to figure out what Amira is wearing. We've got a couple of like gloves and wristbands and buckles and bits and pieces like that. And then we've got, whoa, she's got an undershirt, the overshirt, and his pants. Now the shirt does have some green on it, so we're going to use the same green that we used on his wife's top. But we do need a blue, but I want a very specific blue because I don't want to have like a very cool blue. I want a real greeny blue. And it may even be worthwhile to bring some green into the blue. What do you call a bird that drinks too much? Oh my gosh. Oh, Sven, you and Jester may get on very well because if you both like to tell jokes. Jester usually comes in with a joke or two as well. Good times. And Rivi, enjoy your lurk. Okay, you could kind of work. Maybe with a little touch of blue. Oh, very bright blue. Very dull green. So if we pick up a little bit of blue, merge it into the green. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm after. Okay, cool, cool, cool. I'm trying to figure out where's crease and where's pattern. I'm still not sure what we're doing. Like, we've still got all the ground to do and the sky and all that sort of stuff. So there's still quite a bit of colour to go that I've got to figure out for this one. So yeah, not exact colour, but I'm happy with the colour choice. Gotta get dinner cooking. All good. Nice to meet you. It's nice to meet you too, Dan. You have a wonderful day. I hope dinner goes well. And hopefully we'll see you again sometime. It is 1 PM here in New Zealand. I suppose at some point I should consider lunch, but we're doing okay right now. Alright, you can go away. Extra deep almond, extra deep golden. don't think they'll do for Walsh's pants, but we'll use them for the gloves over here. I don't know what colour Jane's gloves are meant to be, but we're doing brown. Shock horror. What did the drummer call his twin daughters? And a 1 and a 2. Oh. Right. And on that wonderful note, we are being yelled at by Twitch to... Well, not yelled at. We're being asked by Twitch to self-care because we're coming up on the hour. So, let's take this opportunity to stretch, hydrate, meds, jokes, all sorts of stuff. Whatever you need to do to self-care. I'm going to, of course, do some stretches, unlock my back, make sure we look after the body. And we're just going to put down everything for 3 minutes. Squawk, squawk. Yeah, self-care chicken time. Oh. Stretch the back. Stretch the back. I have some pretzels that I'm also snacking on while we stretch. I did medicate last hour. Before I went to the bathroom, I did my pain meds. Thank you for double checking. Appreciate that.
Squawk, squawk, bee walk, bee walk.
And welcome back. Thank you, everybody. Took that opportunity to do a little self-care. I'm just eating the other piece of candy from Smolt's Redeem earlier. Feel much refreshed, much stretched. And that was good because it gave these gloves a chance to dry, so we can go back over with another coat now. Yeah, the ads are dependent on a number of factors like your region, your demographic, what Twitch has available. So, like, being in New Zealand, more often than not, I don't get ads. Yeah, I mean, I love if you get no ads. I would enjoy for no one to have to sit through ads. We just time the ad break to be that break, because I need to take that break anyway. I need to stop and stretch and do that self-care time. And it means that, sorry, I've got pretzels stuck in my teeth. It keeps me from streaming in pain and keeps me functional. So we just time the two of them together. We take an ad break so we get rid of the horrible pre-rolls and our friends can join us. And yes, I earn a little bit of money from ads. It's really not a lot, but it builds up, you know, so it's a free way to support. But if you don't get ads, that's quite alright. I'm more than happy for you not to have ads. If you really hate ads, you can also subscribe to get rid of them, but I will never push that. It's really bad, and I should not be using an earring to work as a toothpick between my teeth, but oh my god, I have pretzels stabbing into my teeth. There we go. Oh my gosh. Only problem with pretzels is they love to get stuck in my teeth. Really, really bad. Okay, cool. What do we got left to do? Lots and lots of guns.
Hello, Amy and chat. I hope you are well. The page is looking wonderful. Firefly, 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 Serenity.
Hey, Fed. Welcome in. It's lovely to see you again, hun. I hope you're doing well. This is the one I started when Vi was doing the Firefly watch along in her Discord. So it's a very old whip, but I just felt like doing the Crayola technique today. So it was like, let's pull out this old whip and keep working on it. We've made a little bit of progress. It does feel a bit like it's going to take forever because there's so many little areas, but we are getting there. Just need patience. Alright, and that brings in a little bit more of our green. Yeah, it was really fun. We were saying that we need to carry on because we still haven't watched the second half. Oh, we do? We have a tentative date. Excellent. We were talking about Amy's awesome mod team Random Fighters MVP? Absolutely. All my mods are amazing. But yes, we were talking about how awesome you are too. Monday, March 18th at 8 a.m. Cool, so not next Monday, the following Monday. Yeah, all my mods are awesome. But yes, we were talking about how awesome you are too. Because you are. Definitely be a work loop for me, yeah. I should be able to, in theory, make it. And it will be, like, I can still do stuff. So, should be good. Copying my message from earlier, it's mod. Yeah. We'll use that grey just to sort of indicate shirt in there. And we'll water it down a bit and just use it to darken some areas on his shirt because he just has like almost no contrast on his shirt. And I get it's a white shirt and it is a crisp white shirt and there is a little bit of shading on there, but we need a little bit of contrast. Okay. And then we make a darker version. It's almost pure ink. We can really bump up the metal contrast and hopefully give the illusion that we've got a bit of a metallic belt buckle here. I'm just kind of figuring this out as I go along, so bear with me. Yeah, it kind of reads as metal. Close enough. Yeah, and I've come to know and love a great odd team streamers who just do wonderful. Yeah! It's so good. So good and very grateful as well. Because I was saying about how sometimes you message me and you're like, hey, I've just pre-banned a bunch of people. I'm like, perfect. All good. Trust you. Do your thing. It's great. We don't even have to worry about dealing with them because you're just like, boom, on it. Well, that's how we also learn, Ribby. Like, I wouldn't be where I am without people helping as well. Like, when I first started, PB really helped me get set up. And then I was able to help Sammy get set up. And then in turn, Sammy learnt so much and she helped me set up. And then we've helped so many other people set up as well. You know, it's that community aspect. And it's the same thing. Like, no matter how much I help people, I'm still learning. And people are always teaching me things. Like Sammy and Vi have taught me a lot as well. So I'm just, you know, I enjoy it. I love being able to stream and meet wonderful people and encourage streaming. And, you know, if you enjoy it, like, give it a go. And then if you enjoy it, keep doing it. And the cool thing about streaming is everyone that I've met in streaming, like, a lot of people are nervous because they're like, oh, I don't have the fancy setups and stuff. It's like, just stay. Just be like, hey, I want to learn how to do this. Because somebody out there will know. And a lot of us are willing to help out if we know how to do something. Because it's how we learned as well. Yeah. I started modding because I wanted to do a really good job moderating the Yes and charity stream. And I found I liked it. And this year I think I could do an even better job. Heck yeah. Heck yeah, Fud. I was so grateful that you came on. So that's how Fud started modding, because I reached out to them like 9 months before the Yes and charity stream and was like, hey, so I do this event and I know I'm going to need mods for it and I think you'd be an excellent mod for it. We've got 9 months, so can I start teaching you how to mod on Twitch and how to do different things? So we got Fud set up early, which was very handy because it meant that Fud was also trained early, so when we did some pre-show stuff, we could put Fud in there too. But yeah, absolutely took off and did an amazing job and very, very grateful. And yeah. Do 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 do. All right. We've done the sword. Still got the wraps on the sword. In fact, the wraps we could do in this color too. Let's just do the wraps in this color. Why can't pirates finish the alphabets? Because they get lost at sea. Oh. Well done. Well done. Alright. So still got pants and stuff, which is brown. A mirror. Do we do her purple? It's kind of what I'm leaning towards. Inara, sorry. Not Amira. Inara. Like, yeah, so this here, the outfit, the belt in it did remind me of a purple dress. But I don't see the wrap. But, open image in a new tab. Tiny. But if you see, like, the belt and stuff, it is reminding me of this purple dress. So that's kind of what I'm thinking, is like a purple with a bit of a pink tone to it. So it will tie in, even if it is different colour. But I think the purple would work and give us just another texture and another tone to put in there. Because the other outfit examples I'm finding is reds. Like, she definitely wore the colour. Yeah. No, the purple is what's singing to me. So I think I'm going to trust the gut. Next step is, can we find a purple that works? Or some sort of blend of purple. You're not bad, actually. You've got the warmer tones in it that I want, so what I want is a bit of a darker tonage to it, though. Yeah, that was the other thing I was thinking of, is she does wear a lot of red, but I feel like we've got the red in there. And I feel like the purple would tie in better without being too different. Alan Tudyk does do great stuff. He's the chicken in Moana. Like, just, hey, so good. Okay, it's still not quite what I'm after. No, definitely not that. Maybe we do look at some of these other marker pens that I never use that I have. My actual Tombos. Oh, Spotify, what are you doing? Spotify's having some issues today, apparently. Okay, you're a lot more pink. Like, this is still the better option because it's got that more reddish tone to it. Yeah, definitely we can bring in some purple into the skies as well. Knock off Dumbos. Okay, that's not bad as a colour either. Still like that one the best. Alright, just so I don't accidentally pick up something else. Clean the palette. Actually, if it's too purple, the other thing I can do is I can use the same reddish brown that I've used to shade a bunch of other stuff and bring that in as a shadow tone. That'll tie in everything. So I still feel like this is going to be very pink. Yeah, it's looking very pink. We're gonna have to do some work here. It's okay, it's fixable. So pull out some of this deep rose. Yeah. Trust the process. Right now it's gonna look disastrous. Okay. And then, I do apologise, I can see chat's moving. I'm just kind of moved into concentration zone right now. So I want to blend a bunch of this while it's still wet. Come on, come on. And we start bringing these together, and hopefully we can make it a bit more seamless. We're going to have to work on it, but I think I'm going to come over it with a bit of a cooler purple anyway. But it feels a lot less fuchsia pink now, and more like a dusty pink purple. And then I just have to work out what colour the wrap is as well, because that technically affects everything. So in here we would have dress, And the rest of that is all wrap. Okay. Do what you need to, Amy, just believe you can chat with car stuff. All good. Stuff I don't understand anyway, but I'm glad you all are enjoying doing it. Thank you, Small. So yeah, it's still a little fuchsia-y, but I think if we work some purple into there, but it's got sort of that warmer, dusty rose in there now too, so it's not as like fuchsia, if that makes sense. Yeah. Car stuff, yeah, that's my brain too. It's like, cool. But also, you know, I appreciate you guys' passion for it. If you enjoy it, chat away about it. I don't understand a thing about it, but please do connect on it if you all enjoy it, because that's cool that it's your passion. And I know Ryder does do a lot to do with his truck. Sorry, Jester does a lot to do with his truck, so I know that's important for him. So it's like, cool, chat away about it. Again, I don't understand it, so I can't really comment too much because I don't know the most about cars and trucks and stuff. It's just like, cars go broom, cars come in colours. That's my car knowledge. But I can appreciate someone's passion for something, even if it's something I am not passionate about. It's the same with sports. When someone's like, did you see the rugby last night? Yada, yada. I'm like, woo, sports. Not my passion, but I can appreciate it's your passion. I feel like such a dumbass when I have to take it to the mechanic and they use car words. That was the same with me and the computer when I took my computer in, and I was like, I feel like such a dumbass as he's talking about all this stuff, and it's like, yep. Message Sammy, what does this mean? Sammy, what's my RAM? Sammy, what's my CPU? What's this? Yeah, and that's really cool that the two of you can connect on like cars and stuff like that, you know. And it's cool to have people of varying interests, because it means too, when I do different things, like I've mentioned before, I've got a colouring page that involves a bunch of trains, and I was like, I know when I get to that page I should hit up Jester and be like, yo, train information please, because I know you also like trains. And it's cool to have those sort of people in the community where if you don't have knowledge about something, you can go to them and go, hey, I'm working on this and I want to make it accurate. Can you give me some information? You know, if you want to. You obviously don't have to do that at all, but it's lovely to have those sort of options in the community. And I know it means that, like, you know, we each have different things we're into, and if someone randomly comes to me and be's like, I'm trying to think of what sort of eclectic random knowledge I have. I suppose medical tests. Like, if someone comes to me about blood tests, I can be like, yeah, I can give you some information on that, you know? Like, we each have our little areas of weird knowledge. Obviously, pencils I can deep dive onto, but there's a few of us in here that are artsy. Stardew lore, I guess. Who's excited for the Stardew update? That's coming in a couple of weeks. Exactly. If people like playing sports, do the sports, you know? Again, I like seeing people passionate about stuff, and if that's what's passionate to them, do it. I may not understand it, so I may ask dumb questions, or I may not be able to, like, be as enthusiastically chatting with you about it as I can when someone asks me a pencil question, but that doesn't make your interest any less valid. It's just something that I genuinely don't know a lot about, and also it's cool to learn about. And it also means when other people come in here and they start chatting about something, you know, I can say, oh yeah, so-and-so's into that too. Oh yeah, painting I can talk about. Thank you for the follow, Puzzler. That's a cool username. Welcome in. I hope you're having a good day today. And welcome into the chat. We are an eclectic bunch here, as you can see by all the various conversations going on, but I hope you're doing well. And of course, feel free to say hi. It's you have done now. But yeah, feel free to jump in and chat, or we've got a few people that do like work lurks and stuff too while I'm working away, so make yourself at home. Hope you're feeling cozy and comfy and safe, and it's lovely to have you here. I can't imagine working on a car that costs more than my house. Yeah. I'm surfing the arts section and following inspiring people. Oh, that's lovely. Thank you. I'm just working on a colouring book page. So I didn't draw this, but I have coloured this. This is from the Serenity Firefly colouring book, Everything's Shiny. And so far, this entire thing has actually been coloured with Supertip Crayola markers. And I've just been putting them on a glass board and turning them into watercolour. There's so many amazing people in the art section, honestly, like so many incredible people. Ooh, I love colouring. It's so fun. I love the collaborative effort between you and the original artist as well. I could see the binding, but it looks good. Thank you. I'm fairly happy with that. I think we just need to darken the edge a little bit more, but I need it to dry a bit more before I can darken that edge. Then I've also got to decide if we do her wrap the same colour or if we bring in a different colour for her wrap. I work with acrylics and sounds. So like music for sounds, or that sounds really cool. Yes, I do occasionally do original arts. I'm trying to do a little bit more this year, but I also really love the colouring, so I do a lot of colouring. It's just fun. It's a fun collaborative effort. So sorry, I was trying to mute it and I couldn't find the mute. Oh gosh. Oh gosh, sorry about that. Hopefully that wasn't too loud. At least tried to turn away from the mic. I was trying to find the mute so it wouldn't like jump scare anybody, but it just hit too quickly. Whatever makes you happy. Exactly. That's all it is about. Be creative in the way that makes you happy. Because at the end of the day, you're being creative, and that's the point. If that's painting, drawing, sculpting, writing music, 3D modeling, playing a story game that you get to tell a story through, you know, whatever form of creativity inspires you. Because at the end of the day, it's just about doing something creative. At least for me, that's what I find. I just need to do something creative. Alright, let's get some pants on wash. Wash. Ugh. So yeah, I'm not quite sure what to do for the background or the landscape, and I've also got to look up pictures of the actual ship as well, so I can try and figure out how to do the ship. But we've got, like, we're making progress. And then once Anira's dress is dry, we can go back over that and decide on the wrap, if we want the wrap the same colour. I know her belt is gold, so I probably will do the gold, because then I can bring a little bit of gold into, like, River's little wristband here. Could use some gold. We might do a gold belt buckle up here too. And maybe some gold on the straps here or something. And then we've just got a few guns and stuff, and then we just gotta work out what we're doing for this planet. I look up every time you say River. I'm so sorry. I will call you Rivy. So if I say River, I'm talking about the character. If I say Rivy, I'm talking about you. But I do understand. It's a brain thing, exactly. It's understandable. Hey, at least River is a very cool character. And yes, get that water. Oh, Artsy Endo, I am so sorry. I just noticed YouTube. My apologies. Zoning out. I am feeling a lot better today. Today's a really good day. So, you know, some days are better than others. Today is day 2 of the injection cycle, so pain levels are minimal. And we're doing good. I've been curious about using water-based markers like that, but I don't have any. Not sure if it's worth buying. What would you say the differences are between using water-based markers like that and using watercolor? So I find it way easier to use the markers, and I am enjoying it way, way more. I'm also using Crayola Supertips. So really, oh, thank you for the YouTube subscription. We're very close to 3K on YouTube, which is awesome. But yeah, I'm just using Crayola Supertips. So really, really cheap water-based markers. And they are actually my favorites to use for this technique. You get a good range of colors. I've got the 100 set, and then I've got the colors of the world set, which is what a lot of this is, because there's a lot of browns in it. Yeah. It's a really fun technique, but it doesn't work on every type of paper, but it is a really fun technique, and I enjoy it a lot more than watercolors. I was saying before, I don't know why, it just hits differently for the dopamine for me. I really enjoy this technique using the Crayola Supertips, so, which is why I keep on zoning out, because I'm just like getting into the zone now. Because it's fun. But yeah, for me, I like it because I can also just use like a color directly from the pen. You can mix colors, obviously. You can mix multiple markers together. But you can also just use the colors directly. And with a 100 box set, I've got a lot of the colors that I need just straight from the pen. how are you going today, Artsy Endo? It's wonderful to see you again. I hope you're doing well. Some dye-based inks, I notice, will separate in interesting ways when you water them down. Same kind of happens with some multi-pigment blend watercolors. Yeah, so you definitely have to test a lot of the colors because, especially with the markers, they do change a lot when you water them down. But, I know, I really enjoy it. Again, it just hits the dopamine levels that I need, and today this is what I needed. And I am thoroughly enjoying it. And it's nice to work on this old whip. And I hope you all are enjoying seeing the technique. Because, again, really is a fun technique. And when you run out of an ink, it's pretty easy to get some more. Thank you for the applause. I'm so glad playing is good to you today. I can complain, at least now my pain has been more or less controlled today. Hey, that's a win. Sometimes it's just about finding those small wins, you know, those small things that are like, we can focus on that. So, as you know, some days are better than others. But I'm glad you're here with us today. Yeah. You can get water-based markers from many brands and do what has been done today. Staedtler, Hooley, Winsor & Newton. So many fun possibilities. Exactly. I've heard good things about the Tombos. I've never used the Tombos in this technique. I have a set of Tombos that I might try. I might try this set specifically on a page. I tried it once before I understood what this technique was, and it was a bit of a disaster. So now I know better. I'll be curious to try it again. But yeah, I will say the Faber-Castell, like the Faber-Castell markers that clip together, I don't find they work well for this technique. I don't know what it is about the ink. It just doesn't quite work the same. So if you're debating between like the Faber-Castell clip markers and Crayolas, go Crayolas. But yeah, there's a lot of water-based water-based markers out there. I just do the Crayolas because it's what I have. I know they work. And I like it. And they're cheap. Even for me in New Zealand, I can get a box of 100 Crayola Supertips for like $35, which is pretty reasonable for 100 pens. And honestly, I should probably get another set because I am running low on some colours, so it wouldn't hurt to have a backup set. I also kind of want to get like a case for them and then like properly number them so that I can actually have like a swatch chart for them, because it would be handy. You remind I need to crack mine out and use them? Heck yeah, bud. And there's nothing wrong with cheap supplies, and like if they work, even better, you know? Like, and if you've already got the supplies and you don't have to buy it, even better. Think of you explaining your preference. You got me tempted. I've been wanting the Supertips. I think it's all the colours, but didn't find a reason to buy them until now. Yeah. Well, I mean, like, you can get the little sets as well, like the small sets as well. One set that I would really recommend getting is the Colours of the World set. I have these in the fine tip, the thick markers, and in the pencils. And there's been multiple times where I've been working on pages with other media and I've pulled out this set to use for skin tones, because it gives you such a good variety of tones for skin. So yeah, that's an excellent set in itself. A lot of those Colours of the World colours have been used on here because there's just so many browns. So if you wanted to start with like a small set, you could grab the Colours of the World set, which will give you all those browns, and just do a browns page to play with the technique, and then you're only investing in 24 of them, and an excellent set in itself. You get a good variety of colours, so you could do a neutrals page to try the technique, and then go, okay, I really like this technique, and then buy the 100 set. It's not like they're much, even like, you know, the 10 packs that they come in and stuff, they're not much, especially around back to school time. The only thing with this technique is it doesn't work on every paper type. So for example, Maria Troyal Hannekhausen, that type of absorbent paper is not as suitable for this technique. You need something that's quite smooth. So I'm trying to think which variation of it. So like with Kirby Roseanne's or Joanna Basford, one of them is more pure white. I think it's the UK version. Maybe not so much Joanna. I feel like a lot of her books have that more yellow paper now. But yeah, the more smoother white paper than any of the more absorbent paper, if that makes sense. I hope that makes sense. Yeah. What kind of thing should I use as a palette if I do this technique? Honestly, any sort of non-porous surface that you've got. I've used plastic chopping boards. I've used plates. I'm currently using a piece of glass from a frame that the frame broke, but I kept the glass. Plastic lids. Any sort of just non-porous surface that you can colour on will work for your palette. Yeah, and then you just need your brushes. And I just use very thin brushes. I've got a water droplet, so I can drop extra water on there, a tissue to wash off extra water, and also just wipe up the palette. Scrap piece of paper for testing on, because a lot of the colours will change, so it's quite handy just to have something to put on. Plus, if you're using clear glass like me, you can put it underneath so you can see where your ink is if it's a light colour. Yeah, and the other thing that I find in using this technique is big open spaces can be quite difficult with this technique. You can actually colour directly on some pages and bleed it up with water. So that can work better for big open spaces, but for small spaces, I find this works better. So a more detailed page tends to actually work better for this, I find, than something with a big open space. Yeah. Yeah, an old frame glass does make a great palette. It's the whole reason I kept this, because I was like, that will be useful for like painting or something. So it just sits beside my desk, and then every once in a while I'll pull it out and be like, yep, need the glass. But yeah, plates, plastic lids, anything like that. All right. And we're going to mix a little bit of that into it as well, just because the black is very green. Let me get a slightly warmer black. can get the shoes done. Alright, that needs to dry before we can do another detailed coat on there. We need some shading on here. Nope. Apologies. Mm. I will really think about it. I understand why you recommend the skin tones. It's difficult to find in some sets. What do I want to try almost every medium? No, it's not just you. I see somebody doing something and I'm like, I want to try it. Yeah. Very much need those. Need like a trading box set of being like, I impulse brought this to try out, but I don't really want to do it anymore. I want to try this. Has anyone got this? And you can go, yes, I've got that. I'd be interested in trying this. Let's swap. And then you swap all your supplies. So I could be like, I've got all these diamond painting kits, but I don't really care for it. So I want to try gouache painting. Has anyone got any gouache? Amy is an influencer. No. Sudden surge in Crayola markers being brought. Crayola, sponsor me, please. Yes. I actually have a box of the Crayola crayons in my cupboard to colour in a colouring page with, because I do want to do a colouring page with crayons. I think it would be really fun. So I have a 64 box in my cupboard to do something with at some stage. Eventually, I will do a colouring page in crayons, but I have a set there for that reason. Okay, now I just want to thin this right down so we get a really light colour, because under here would also be a bit darker, so we just want to tint that down just so that's more in shadow. And the same within here, just give that a little extra shadow. Feel like a Lulu Mayo page would be good for crayon work? Possibly. Crayola has been known to send art influencer products. Here's a great sale pitch. It should definitely be sponsored. I feel like I've only just recently felt like I could start tagging illustrators in artwork and like actual brands of products that I use. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe one day one of these companies will reach out to me and be like, hey, you know, I did reach out to Lom, because Lom, who produced like a bunch of the colouring books I love, including Kirby, have a thing where they're like, you know, this book's coming out, we're looking for colorists. So I reached out to them and was like, hey, I already own like 15 of your coloring books. Would you like hit me up because I really like them? And then the next time I saw the post, they changed it to England only. I was like, damn it! Stickles, don't sleep on Amy. Yes, oh my god, the dream. Sponsored by glitter. Sponsored by glitter. Alright, speaking of sponsorship, we're going to take a 3-minute sponsorship break. I don't know, we're running an ad break. I'm going to stop and put the pens down for a few minutes, stretch my hands, stretch my back, take this opportunity to self-care, grab some water, make sure you move, stretch, grab a snack. What do you need to do to look after yourself? We're going to hydrate and stretch and keep our body loose and limber so that we can keep on colouring without pain. Oh. Stretchy, 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 stretch. Actually, do I need to go to the bathroom again? So much water today, but it's good as well. Yeah, break's taking a while to start. There it is. So for those of you on Twitch, welcome to Adland. Maybe, unless you're a subscriber. Or lucky to not get ads. And those on YouTube, enjoy your ad-free viewing. Oh, actually, yeah, I do need to pee again. I will be right back. Thank you. Water is good. Water is good for us. Even if it makes us go to the bathroom almost every hour. Swear it's good for us. Alright, welcome back everybody. We went to Adland. I hope you took this opportunity to do some self-care, look after yourself, get what you need. We're just going to build a little bit of a colour here. And work on Inara's little wrap. Water is life, exactly. The spice is life. Trying to figure out if that is here or part of the spaceship. Feels like it's part of the spaceship, but it also looks like it's protruding in front of the jacket there. It's a little weird. Transparent material. Excuse me. All right. Alright, I think we've got Inara's outfit sort of like vibrant enough to be a little pop of colour, but not so vibrant that it's like odd woman out, you know? Like, compared to everyone else, she's definitely got the vibrancy, she's definitely got the colour, because everyone else is in just, you know, browns. But she's still got a little bit of brown in there, so she still has that little bit of tie-in. But her purple's not like screaming out as being different to everything else, because we've still got that warmer tone to it. Okay, so we've got a little bit of gold to do in Inara. And then I need to bring the gold to a couple other places. Come here.
It was at this moment that he knew. He fucked up.
Oh noes. You're back from adulting? Adulting went that bad, huh? Hopefully it wasn't that bad and you succeeded in whatever you needed to do. But also, welcome back. We're still working on lots of little details, but it's getting there. Wasn't bad, just don't like adulting. That's also valid. That's also very valid. I don't actually know what I'm doing here in this section or what that is, but it's that colour now. Okay. Had a bathroom and snack break. Might make a coffee soon. Love that for you. Coffee sounds excellent. I read that as a snake break. Snakes are actually illegal here in New Zealand. They're not even allowed to be held in zoos or research facilities because our ecosystem is so fragile, and they would have a field day with all our protected birds. Yeah, not allowed to bring any snake stuff in. So, apart from like the fake rubber toy things, but yeah. Yeah, no snakes, no zoos have snakes, no research centres, no nothing. Yeah, we do have sea snakes, but not snakes on the ground. Every once in a while, sea snakes will also, you know, swim over from Australia if the water's right and the currents are going the right way. They get kicked out pretty quickly though. But yeah, no land snakes. Yeah. Yeah, when I went over to Australia, I got to go to the zoos and like have a snake and hold a snake and play with a snake. It was so cool. It's like, this is so cool, because I actually wanted a snake when I was a kid and like a young adult. It's like, I really want a snake, and then found out they were illegal. I was like, oh, okay, no snakes. No snakes. Oh my goodness, Rivi, I hope you're okay. Yes, do what you need to do. I hope you're okay. Okay. So I think we just basically have... I'm going to do a little bit of warmth on here too. It's, you know, a cloth, so it can be splotchy in colour. And then we just have the gold detailing of Inara's outfit. I caught that one. Happened to be looking up at the right time. I caught that one. Exactly. It's the same with quite a few different, like, scary animals, you know. They're just following their instinct. They want to protect themselves. They're scared. So, yeah. But yeah, sorry, Automart caught that, but that's all good. Do. Yeah, I just have auto mod up a bit high because I'd rather have it a bit high and just approve where it's appropriate than, because there was a little issue going on before, so it's been a while though, so I could probably drop it again, but also it's not often that things come up that we need to manually approve, and it doesn't take a second to manually approve it anyway. It's just, you know, it's another safety tool. It just holds it so that it doesn't go into general chat until we say, yep, that's all good. Yeah. Yeah, it's pretty good in here in terms of modding and stuff. Like, you're very kind at respecting the fact that I do want a safer space, and we do keep it more G-rated and more chill, and like, I know I occasionally swear. That's why I say like PG, because occasionally I try not to, but you know, things happen. But yeah, it just makes it easier for me, and it also means on the bad days when I can't handle a lot of stuff, I know streaming is still a safe space for me. So really appreciate it. Yeah, and that was it. Yeah, so good, perfection. It was just auto mod being like extra finicky today. But you did absolutely nothing wrong, which is why I was just like, approve, because it was absolutely appropriate. Yeah, exactly. So it's there because there are times people come in and they say things that aren't appropriate with no contextual appropriateness to it, and then it's like there to just hold that message, and it's like, goodbye. So it also holds a lot of the spam messages, which is great too. But that is the majority of our cast. We still have the guns, which I'm hesitant to do right now. I feel like her dress needs another layer of red. I feel like we could push the red on her dress a bit more. But yeah, now I've got to work out the ground and the background, and I have legit no idea how to do any of the background or the ship or the sky or anything like that. Like the rock formations, anything. So this is going to be interesting. I do like them though. I do like how they are looking. Alright, let's take it off Anara and put it on everybody. Let's see if we can find a shot of them in like the countryside desert, because I know they did a couple of times. Okay, so that could be a good idea. Open an image in a new tab. Okay, so what if... I think it's that one. So if you see here with this background, how we've got that purpley pink fading down into a more orange. And then we've got that real orangey brown ground color. Maybe we could take inspiration from that. like the purples obviously is easy because we can pull on the purples that we used on her, on Anara, and bring in that purple to the sky. It's just, can I find something that is like orangey without being too orangey for the ground? I got the new Harmony of Colour series book. It's the Coral Reef. Excellent. We love a new book. It's very orange. Oh, that's looking promising. Nope, not that one. Okay, that one could work. And then we need... Let's keep those out. Alright, let's clean up some area. Clean up, clean up. So, if we have this one, what have we got that's supposedly in the same family? Let's pull you out to try. Let's pull you out. And let's pull you out. So, if that's more of the orangey base. Let's look at this. Spotify is having a field day right now. So there's our light. Okay, we could skip that one, because that one's not necessary. But these three could actually work. And that would give us some variation between all of them. It is maybe seeing people say it's too detailed, but it'll be fun when I get to it. Hey, as long as you enjoy it, that's the main thing. I mean, what's detailed to one person can be simple to another as well. It's all a matter of perspective. Oh. You know what? I am staring at this and I'm not 100% sure where to start. I think it's worthwhile if I actually take a break. And it is getting to 2:30, which is when I would normally stop streaming anyway. And apparently Spotify triggered a high CPU usage. Why is Spotify using 41% of my CPU? I need to figure that one out. But yeah, I think this is where we will wrap it up for today. We've made a lot of progress. Like, the characters are essentially done with the exception of a couple of weapons, which we'll get to at the end. But yeah, I think it's time to actually take a break, step away, look at it, and then come back to it. So this may be the next stream. If I get inspired to keep working on it tonight, I may just keep working on it, to be perfectly honest. I'm really enjoying it. I also have some other books that I want to try out, so you know, we'll see how we go. We'll see how we go on Wednesday. See how we go for Friday. If I do finish it and you come back on Friday and we're working on something else entirely and you want to see it, just let me know. Just be like, hey, can I see that one that you're working on Tuesday? And I will gladly pull it out and show you where I'm at. But yeah, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate you all so much. We will wrap up YouTube here, but for our Twitch friends, let's go and see if we've got a Twitch buddy on that we can go a raiding to. Let's see who's on. Okay, we're going somewhere we haven't been in a little while, but they are... I really like them. They're a very different style to me. Their stream's a little bit more chaotic than mine. It's not quite as chill, but excellent art and excellent community vibes as well. We're going to go and raid Doom Fruit. We haven't been over there in a while, so let's go and raid Doom. Doom Fruit art. So yeah, let me get this raid started. He's working on some very cool art at the moment by the look of it. Thank you again so much for being here. I appreciate you all. I look forward to seeing you again on Friday as we work on who knows what. I'm in very much a I don't know this month. We're working on whatever I feel like this month because self-care. I appreciate you all so much and I can't wait till we stream again. Make sure you take care of yourselves, hydrate, stretch, take your meds, look after yourself, take your brain vitamins, and remember it's okay if you need to spend the day in bed because sometimes that's all you've got to do for the day. Appreciate y'all, and I'll catch you on Friday. Bye!